What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon, or good evening, or even good morning if you're coming in from earlier than my time zone, or super far later that it's already morning for you. I am about to get started here on a very exciting change to our schedule here. We have Zeke versus Smarty Cakes kicking us off today. It's going to be a good day. A good day of Cosmonarchy matches here. The prediction is up on Twitch already if you care to gamble. And we should be live with the match momentarily as we just had Smarty Cakes pop into the lobby. I will ask our players to tell me when they are ready, and we will begin. We are looking at a, well, let's just say an interesting set of maps for our matches in general. We've got Acid Test as the starter and then Knife's Edge, so we stick with the Twilight theme. And our players are ready, so let us get rolling here. We'll preview the matchup as we get into that first match, that pivotal opening salvo. We have, in the top right, Zeke as our red Zerg. And in the bottom right of Acid Test, it's Smarty Cakes, our Palatinate Blue Protoss. This is a matchup that we were not expecting to see. We thought Zeke would be playing against a Terran named Newt, but Smarty Cakes 3-0'd him with really solid macro play in Game 1 and Game 3, and Game 2 was a calculated cheese. So very interesting stuff there for sure. Smarty Cakes showing that he can hang with the homies when it comes to the macro. We're about to get started here with Zeke going for his pool opener. And this is a map that, you know, it's two spawn. You know exactly where your opponent is. Is he going to try something more aggressive? Typically, I see Zeke go for pool into double Larvosk. So this might just end up being how the match is going to play out. He's already quadruple harvested Vespene gas. You can do that straight from the geyser, as you can see here. And it is a situation where he's going to be harvesting more from Vespene than from minerals for a time. Although the Ridge does harvest slower than the geyser, so he's effectively getting less overall resources just so that he can spike up with that extra set of Larvosks. And, well, you know, it's an interesting choice. The fact that he goes pool into double Larvosk, to me, tells me that he wants to be insulated from early rushes. And versus a player who is seated so far below you, you know, this is actually a solid play, a solid game plan to make sure that you don't just get bowled over in the early game, because we do have Smarty going for a double gate. We did have him move his scribe almost all the way up there. Or did he actually get all the way up? Maybe I wasn't paying attention. It looked like he just turned back around after scouting no hatch first or something. We got Mr. 420 Quick Scops in the chat, and we got AOT in the chat as well for that Zerg knowledge. Welcome. Welcome, homies. Indeed, we are looking at, well, let's just say this is David versus Goliath, and Zeke is definitely Goliath. He's going to grab his second Larvosk just before 2 minutes. And we've got a Hierophant with some Ecclesiast follow-up. So the Zethrakors shouldn't get too much done here. Let's see what Zeke's control is like. You can see he's going to try to wrap around. It's really hard to surround with only 3 Zeths. And one of the things I observed about Smarty's play is that if you leave him alone, he can macro very, very well. But will Zeke do that? Will Zeke leave him alone in the early game? I don't know if the answer to that question is yes. Doesn't look like Zeke's going to find too much damage here, but he is kind of throwing Smarty off in the early game. Although he has added the third gateway right in his opponent's face. So Zeke has some good information there, even though he didn't necessarily get damage. And as a reminder, in Cosmonarchy, a pair of Zethrakors, which is our Zergling equivalent, is 25 minerals. So that was only 50 minerals expended, and 2 larvae, which honestly, to me, sounds like the bigger deal. Going to go ahead and upgrade his pool straight into that Vornath pond. That means that you will be able to see the evolved Zethrakor. There's a small chance we end up seeing the flying Zergling, the Nathrakor. That one is potentially going to come out here, but I think most of the time you're just going to see Zeke build that into the Calculus. He ended up making a pair of those to harass Grass Eater on this very map, actually. Unfortunately for Grass, that was where his story ended. And as a reminder, these are all best of 5 matches. So Smarty has done very well to get himself into this stage of the match. I'm interested in seeing where we go from here, because how serious is he about doing the hardcore gaming? Shout out to Smarty, by the way. He's technically playing on his lunch break at work, because that's how early it is, of course, for us Americans. Scouting Zethrakor is going to reveal a bit of a Protoss move out. It's a scary looking army, but there is a Circuit at the ramp. Already going for that Apex node. Zeke has paid the price for teching super fast in the past. So we're going to see if he ends up finding a way to hold. Nebline once said, and it's a truism in Starcraft-style games, in RTS games, maybe in gaming in general, you want to be exactly as greedy as you can get away with without dying. You want to make just enough defense, just enough units, so that your greed pays off. And this is a great concave that he dives in, trying to isolate those zealots. That's a significant part of Smarty's front line that just got immediately melted. Without it, the Ecclesiasts are going to have much less utility versus things like the Quasilisks, because the zealots are what provide that armor. As two more come in, you see Zeke recognize that and fall back. He's making 4 Lyrilisks, and he does have more Zethrakors on the way, knowing that he needs his own chaff to hold on for dear life. But this is a 1 base play versus 1 base play, and we've got a 5th gateway coming in with the Embassy as the follow-up. So you can tell Smarty's a little bit concerned about the potential for some sort of Lakizalisk push, a lurker equivalent, but that's not what Zeke has the tech for. We're looking at Lyrilisks and a pair of Naths that I guarantee you will turn into Calculisks later on in the game. And Smarty is going to have to try to brave the storm. Not well positioned right now. One of his zealots off in the back. Another one very wounded up in the front. Almost waylaid here as more reinforcements come in. A better concave now for our Protoss player. And a more drip feed oriented amount of damage coming out from Zeke. Still, he's able to break down most of those frontliners. But that one zealot staying alive for a lot longer than maybe he gave him credit for. The Ecclesiast shield generation is so good when you have almost a dozen of them. But again, Smarty is in desperate need of more front lines. So 3 more zealots coming in for the reinforcements. He's making 4 zealots a pop right now. His 5th gateway is done. And now he's going to try to make his stand here, trying to use that speed boost he gets when one of the Ecclesiasts falls to push in a little bit more. And maybe he had it there. Remember, the herd is very much thinned right now for Zeke. He's counting on his Calculisks that are mutating across the other side of the map, like a mini Guardian rush almost, to see if he can get some damage here, because right now Zeke is under the pump. Hasn't added any more circuits, doesn't have a great option versus all of the armor that the Zealots provide. Just needs a critical mass of Lyrilisks, it would seem. And the Calculisks are descending. Smarty has been baited into the fight. And really, we see the Lyrilisks starting to focus down those Striders in the back. Multiple workers are going down, and that backstep. With one Calculisk, only 1 more shot away from death. All of the Zealots, bar 1, have died. The Hierophant has gone down. No attack speed increases. Zeke might get a little overconfident here. There's a lot of Protoss units in the front gates. And remember, Smarty lost a lot of workers there, but he still has 5 gateways producing. So this is a deadly army still, and we are down to the wire. Hunting around, looking for anything he might be able to make happen. It's only Zealots coming out here. Nothing that will assist. And just finding those magic moments, those magic points on the map that he can still heckle the resources from. But he is going to need a little bit more to overwhelm things like the Wardens. Honestly, the Vorvikors are now a great choice for Zeke. Trying to rend the armor, reduce the attack speed of the Zealots, which are the heavy hitters in this army. The Ecclesiasts do not do as much damage. The Zealots are what are going to do it all. So the Vorvikors can really gut that attack speed and reduce that armor, making the Lyrilisks much more efficient, even the Quasilisks much more efficient. And we can see it in action with more units coming in. This looks like GG, even though we are getting a final cleanup there. Smarty's lost so many workers, and his front line is decimated. An exciting and action-packed game 1, but Zeke holds. And that is a blueprint. Anyone trying to hold on for dear life, that would be a good lesson to learn. 5 gateways on 1 base. Even made the Embassy not what we thought was going to happen there. I think I can say that pretty easy. But all right, we go to our second game, which is going to be on Knife's Edge. This is a 3-spawn map, a port of Dominator from StarCraft 1. I don't hate the idea to hit him with that really heavy committed all-in in the first game of the series, but the question is, where's the depth versus Zerg? I know Smarty doesn't necessarily have a lot of practice right now in the meta, whereas Zeke has a lot of practice, but that can mismatch for both players, right? Like, if there's not some giga knowledge check that we're worried about Smarty running into, there should be a pretty easy way for him to respond to that. He had the double warden, but maybe he just needs to split them a little bit more. And then he would be more insulated versus the Calculusk damage, because then he probably would have been able to continue on, maybe going for some kind of tech. But either way, we are going to need to see something a little bit different, and it's on Knife's Edge anyway. Knife's Edge is a different story. And Zeke in the bottom left, we're going to pump up the latency just slightly. He is our gray, yeah, I'm going to say gray. Silver. It was silver Zerg. We don't actually have a straight gray color, I guess. In the bottom left, and in the 3 o'clock position, the mid right, we've got Smarty Cakes rocking that Tyrian purple. Oh, it's Palatinate purple, actually. A little bit brighter. So where are we going to go from here? This spawn configuration leaves the upper left of the map completely in the dark. But this kind of map, it's just very interesting about that mid-game ground push. One of the things that I've noticed is that, yes, you do want to take this expansion relatively fast, maybe even a little bit faster than you typically expand. And Smarty is going to open up Lattice, while there is indeed a pool into Double Larvosk coming. You can see Zeke harvesting with 4 workers, once again on the Vespene. See if his build order can be dialed in any more than it was before. Not sure how much room there actually is left for such a thing. Smarty navigating, he will scout his opponent first, and the double lattice play is coming out. So what is he going to do with this? Is this going to be vassals to force anti-air? Is it going to be idols to try to combat the pool units in the early game? There's a few different options here. Zealot Ecclesiast could have worked on that last map, but the ramp was deadly. In this case, the ramp is wider. That's a situation that you got to think about, right? It's like, oh, wait, hold on. This is a situation where maybe I can get more units down. I'm actually shooting down into him. My Ecclesiast's getting more vision range, more weapon range, rather. So it feels like that's something that could end up helping out. Now we have a single Simulacrum on the way. Good control will allow the Zeths to kill it before it splits. And we have a Manifold as the follow-up. So it looks like maybe some steady ranged shooting on the ground is what he wants there. Now, I will say, I mentioned that 4 Zeths can kill it. 2 Zeths cannot. It will split. No, you really, I don't know how heroically you would have to micro to make that happen. So seeing a Matrix come in immediately is interesting. I'm kind of surprised about the choice of the Matrix. It's an interesting one. You can see that Sim trying to hunt the low Zeth. There's another one waiting here. They just decide to walk past. And here's the Manifold as well. The Matrix will finish up pretty soon, and it will negate a lot of the damage dealt. But, you can deny some mining time. Maybe kill a Scribe. Yeah, all right. He's got one. All of the Zeth's still alive. That's, I don't know how that's possible, even. He's going to go ahead and force the burrow, and maybe he can do something with that. But, yeah, that's going to be it. He kills a worker. That's really good. He even denies and disrupts the Vespene mining, which is, I think, super huge. A couple more Zethar cores running in over here, but the idols are out, and those just make short work of this sort of pool chaff. But it's not a bad idea to try to see if you can see anything else in development. Smarty gonna go ahead and queue up some more idols. Looks like he was adjusting where his Kagrant was positioned. It looks like he wants to keep clear of the cliff, knowing that it is a challenge to deal with that. And going for a Hydrith then follow-up, that's really interesting. It feels like Zeke is very dialed in right now. I can't imagine Zeke compositionally dropping a game like this. At least not right now. We'll have to see a little bit more from Smarty on that. Because the Hydrith Den is going to allow for tanky units like Iziricors to just kind of shrug off the idle shots. Again, Manifolds can help with that, but there's only 1 on the field right now. So he would need 2 in order to compete with that armor. And then, of course, the Hydras themselves are just way superior, right? And I love that Zeke's preemptively set up for a concave to just descend upon it. Very similar to what we saw in Game 1, actually. 4 Lattice and a second Matrix. It looks like he wants to use that instead of the Warden to deal with the Calculusk, which does make some sense. The Matrix attacks pretty fast. The Calculusk attacks pretty fast, but individual shots do very minimal damage. And so the idea is that the Matrix can shield them from that. They have about the equivalent range there, so... Zethar Corps, once again, going to be moving out for a scout. And when it sees that the military is still at home, I think that Zeke is going to feel a lot more comfortable. Although this does trigger Smarty to move across the map, so that's kind of interesting. It's sort of like a mind game. But Hydras are already on the field. We don't even have any Iziricors yet, Zeke not showing us the lovely new graphic that Solstice made. Although even then, we won't have the lovely new portrait that Solstice made until the next update. Narrowly didn't make it in on time for a cheeky little release update. I also love this map, Quick Scops. I think it's a great map. So we have some golems out already as well, which will help versus, you know, light armor, you know, or you could say small armaments. Now camping outside, another Zethar core sacrificed for the collective. Oh, he's going to try to do a little farming. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Well, unfortunately, that one might die. Oh, it just gets very, very wounded, but... Yeah, Zeki's like, I'm not letting you do this. And he does decide to charge forward. Now, watch those idols. With the extra armor penetration from the manifolds, they can ignore the armor of a lot of these targets, including the Hydras, which are really the only armor targets to speak of right now. But the Hydra Ball is very, very good. 15 of them, and the manifold will end up falling, making it that much harder for the idols to do much of anything here. And Smarty is just going to concede it. GG. Wasn't expecting the Hydrith swap. And apparently wasn't prepared. That looked a lot less prepared than the first game. We got to be honest here. Smarty had something cooking in that first game. He had a plan, but that other one just, what are you doing, buddy? What's going on? Got the palms are sweaty moment right here, but we are going to Battle Spectre for our next round. And this is, of course, potentially our final game here between our two players. The last one went so fast that I didn't even get a chance to put the prediction back up, but I will go ahead and do it for game 3. And you know, what was funny is that Smarty said he had an hour to do this, and Zeke was like, is that going to be enough? And Smarty's like, yeah, don't worry, I can play if it goes over. I don't know if he can play if it goes over. He might be he might have just been like, yeah, this is going to be over quick because I'm going to win 3-0 with cheese, or I'm going to lose 3-0 with cheese. We'll see what ends up happening here in just a moment, as we do have Smarty Cakes in the bottom left. He is our Neon Carrot. No, it was Bronze. Bronze Protoss. Oh, dear. In the top right, we have Zeke as the Snow Zerg. I bet you never thought you'd hear Snow Zerg, but that is indeed the color name. Not the player name, but the color name.
This individual is a fraud.
Hell yeah, brother. Blind Rar is now a fraud. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the No Frauds Club. Appreciate your support, homie. Right about now, we are watching Sergey Dmitriev. I think that's how you would say that. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And that was our 420th follower, if you can believe it. So thank you, Sergey. Appreciate it. We're coming in here watching Zeke certainly bowl over Smarty Cakes right about now. And it hasn't been without effort. It hasn't been without, you know, an attempt at making us get a little bit closer to an upset victory here, even in one map for Smarty. Smarty is a homegrown Cosmonarchy player. He has never played pro. I don't know if he ever even played, like, Remastered Ladder or anything like that. So not a talent that people would know. But he really impressed me in the last series he played versus Newt. We casted that yesterday. His PvT looking sublime. So far, his PvZ has left a lot to be desired. He's deciding to pivot into Rogue Gallery. Game 1 was 5 gateways, by the way. Like, it scaled up over time, but it was 5 gateways. Very much an all-in. And he did end up looking very promising. However, there was a crafty little play that Zeke did by raiding the worker line with these long-range flyers that, well, let's just say Smarty wasn't quite ready for. Game 2 was, we try to forget it, I guess. It was a sort of contained setup, but then Zeke countered it with tech that Smarty just was not prepared for. The Hydralisk, of course. Zealot moving across the map, caught by some Zethar cores, but they are just going to dodge past each other. This is a bigger problem for Smarty than it is for Zeke, as the Rogue Gallery tech will be scouted. The Matrix is about to finish up here pretty soon. But I'm not expecting that much damage dealt, but, you know, this is a pro Zerg. You know, using his Zergling equivalents, yeah, he's going to be able to take care of one of the workers almost immediately. And now with the static defense up, it feels much less likely. Oh, he's got to go for it, though. Zealot playing bodyguard. Linebacker tells him to get lost. Rogue Gallery up, and instantaneously, as soon as that got scouted, an Ovalith came out. Because we know what's up here. Zeki's played enough to know that this is where the Kabbalist, the Dark Templar equivalent, comes out from. And if you thought that DTs were difficult to deal with in something like a StarCraft 1 match as a Zerg player, one of the things that you got to watch out for is the Kabbalist, because it one-shots, individual units like workers still. You do get an alert now. We did fix that bug. You do get an alert when your unit gets one-shot. But you're absolutely going to be in a situation where you're expecting, oh, I can catch that guy. And, he decloaks when he attacks. Yeah, for 2 seconds. And then when he walks away after his assassination, he's back to being cloaked. So the Ovalith is a must-have. This is not going to be possible for this. This is like an infiltration mission where you've got nothing. You ain't got nothing right now. Yeah, just instantaneous death. Not the reaction time we needed from Smarty. Not expecting the Ovalith to be there so soon. And that's the result of Zeki's scout. That's really what happened there with the Zets. Where maybe he needed to proxy this if he wanted to get this underneath Zeki's nose. Goes straight for prostration stage after his Nexus. So he's kind of banking on the idea that Zeki has been expecting these sorts of early game cheesy pushes with mass unit production. And now Smarty's going to go the other way. He's flipped the dial from rush to greed. And that's what he's going to be doing now. He's got his expansion. He's got very few units. His Kabbalist, which is an expensive unit, just got sniped with no impact. And he's just going to see if he can hold out again. Now, finally, for the first time in the series, Zeki is allowed to take an expansion safely, or so he thinks. And by the way, this Battle Spectre map here is indeed a 4-player map, but it's forced to be 2-spawn. You're always cross-spawn when you play this one. So it's really just a randomizer on that. Now, the Zealot dies with only 1 kill to its name. A little bit of a shameful display there. We have the Legionnaire and the Vagrant out. So you do have to respect the DPS there of that. But Zeki doesn't yet know that the prostration stage is on the way. The second Matrix here to protect the resources, protect the harvest, the bounty. And the Ovalith now moving across the map. Makes sense. You want to make sure that you are bringing it with you in case of a Kabbalist on the front line. And another Ovalith is being made back. So Zeki is taking a calculated risk, assuming that there's not another Kabbalist on the map. And if there is, maybe he can deal with it. He is behind a workers, but I don't think that will be the case for very long. Plenty of Orvs, some Lyrilisks on the way. He's already got his Apex node. This is what the Calcure Lake is. It's like a super upgraded pool. If you could upgrade the pool once and then again, that's basically what it would be. So will end up empowering the Quaz here to evolve into the Lyrilisk, which is what we have back here. The one Legionnaire bravely scouting and standing against the masses. He's unkillable. His model is too good. His model is too powerful. You cannot kill him. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, Zeki's going to ignore him entirely. Oh, he goes down. That's so sad. So the Nexus is very much in danger, and it looks like it was a sycophant for Smarty. I don't think that's going to work out too well. It's a powerful unit. Wait. Oh, he's asking for kindness. He's like, hey, can I get my unit out? Just NA things. Well, the Rogue Gallery is going to go down for sure. Honestly, the Vagrants might end up holding this by themselves. The Matrix is empowering them. Look how hard it is for Zeki's army to actually deal with the Rogue Gallery, courtesy of the Matrix constantly giving it a bit more shields. Maybe Zeki is actually going to wait. Well, as he is going to go ahead and macro back at home, making a couple more units. Well, not just a couple. You're Zerg. You make a lot of more units. And the Pariah is out. Now, will the Pariah be able to deal with this? There is a Vorvacor or 3 in the mix. That Nexus is toast. I can't believe it worked. What's Smarty planning? He's banked up enough money. Okay, he just wants his Uptecton. That's all he wants. So the Pariah is going to clean house, and Zeki's going to fall back and mass up another round. Honestly, the composition Smarty is approaching right now is pretty powerful as a like a hold on for dear life versus low armor pen, sort of like the equivalent of a bunch of concussive units, I guess you could say. The Lyrilisk does shoot 2 projectiles and they only have 1 armor pen. So they are double reduced by any armor north of 1, and the Pariah has 3 extra armor for that. So instead of doing 2x6, they're doing 2x3. That cuts the damage of the Lyrilisk in half. You can say the same about the Quasilisk, which does 2x3 by itself. So it's doing minimum damage. It's doing 2 damage per hit, 2x1. So that is pretty rough there for the composition that Zeki currently has. This is a case where going Hydralisk would really help out. or just deciding to, attack for everywhere. I love the Sycophant trying to, just kind of casually saunter away and, distract the Zerg army, giving him more effort, more attempts to mass up additional units. But the Ancestral Archives does take a very long time. This is a tier 4 one-base tech rush. And Zeki's allowing it to happen for now. You gotta be a little bit, you gotta wonder a little bit, right? This is sort of like if you were playing, versus... I guess there's not really anything that Protoss can rush versus Zerg in the same way in StarCraft 1. But if you were playing, TVP, and you basically knocked a Protoss down to 1 or 2 bases, but they were teching the carriers and you just decided not to attack them. That's kind of what this looks like right now. Zeki gonna go for his own tech, jumping straight into the Iral Iris. I suppose if we see a mine... Yeah, okay. So the Mine Tyrant up Tecton is going to be the choice for Smarty. He's going to try to get cheeky with it. You can use the Mine Tyrant, our Dark Archon equivalent, to declare a Malefactor, sort of like a champion of evil, you could think of it as. And when you do that, a Malefactor will always have extra movement speed, it will have extra shields equal to the Mine Tyrant's energy bank, and when it damages a unit and then that unit later dies, that unit will have a sort of debuffs, a stun on it after taking fatal damage, and then it will be mind controlled. So it's an asset seizure mechanic. Well, no cancel there from Smarty. I guess he's got plenty of cash as it is. His Optecton is out, and we have the Malefactor getting ready here. So that's the first shot, and that's the first shot one, and now he is indeed Malefactored. Don't steal the egg. Ah, the egg has been stolen. It doesn't actually progress after you steal it, so I guess that's a bug we should fix. But unless the progress bar is stuck, but it's actually still working. Otherwise, it's a permanent egg. All right, cycling back here, we've got Vorvs out the wazoo, a Patriarch on the way for anti-air stacks and combat support for our Protoss player, the Zorkish Shroud. Extra, tier 2 defense on the way for some of these nodes. Optecton really wants to steal more Zerg, but right now hasn't really been afforded to get too much. We're setting up for a pretty Omega surround, and the Mutat Spire is going to be the tech of choice, as well as the Zorkish Shroud. I'm actually looking for the Spire. Okay, it's down here. This is a little worrisome, because from this position, the Optecton could kill it, but... Also, yeah, it doesn't work on structures. The asset seizure only works on units. Scribe has been dispatched, the Patriarch lumbering over. Looks like bottom right going to be the expansion. Oh, but you got to watch out, because you don't really necessarily go after the Optecton. You want to kill the Mine Tyrant if you can. But it looks like this is going to be way too much Zerg anyway, because even though this Optecton is very, very wounded, there's plenty more Zerg where that came from, right? So, oh, he's actually taking... It's a hard time for him to actually be brought down here with all of his armory. Finally, he collapses. The Pariah has dealt almost 2,000 damage right now, and it doesn't look like it's going to be beaten. So again, Zeki does need to cycle back and grab a couple of units. Only has a couple Zethra cores in production. Now remember, he has static defense. He has 4 bases. Not great saturation in all of them necessarily, but he's got his Khazitrit set up at 12 o'clock. That's going to clone extra attacks. And now the Pariah has become the new champion in the absence of the Optecton. There's a couple of Patriarchs out here, but we don't actually have an air stack. Instead, it's a bunch of Vorva cores. Now, Patriarch can still be very good in this kind of situation, but the full surround, almost. Well, actually, not quite. There we go. Now we've got a better surround going on here. The Pariah trying to get out of dodge. He's dealt almost 3,000 damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Smarty trying to make a desperate tech push against a player with way more resources and, honestly, way more tech at the end of the day. Now, the Pariah does end up turning a lot of those Zerg against each other. Those small little blue overlays constantly showing, indicating more powerful Zerg. But don't worry, the Pertathalors are out, and these artillery units are going to snipe away at these guys much easier than you think. Remember, there's static defense set up here at 12 o'clock. You're not going to get too many raids. Unfortunately, it does look like some of these Pertathalors might get bopped on the way out. But it doesn't feel like this is a concerted attack. Oh no, the Pariah! The Pariah is so close to death! Whew, 1 health! 1 health left over! Yeah, I don't think that's going to go very far. See ya, buddy. I love the forward pylon as well. He even stole a worker. He can make a hatch. He can become Zerg. Protoss say Zerg OP. Well, just become Zerg. There you go. All right, Zeki's got his snipers out. I think this one's just about wrapped up. The worker in the bottom right never actually made a Nexus. Did we end up saving any of the Patriarchs? No, that's an Optecton. Yeah, we do have 1 Patriarch out. So there's a lot of mutas coming out. The air stack can be dealt with, courtesy of some anti-air. But, you know, you don't just want one, even though this is a tier 4 unit. You don't just want one of them versus good play, you're going to be just fine. Now, we did see that a Mind Tyrant has to be made again because the Uptecton indeed is naked right now in that sense. Just going to be a good artillery beast. He's trying to go ahead and give it the buff. And it will actually cast, it looks like, but not before losing almost all of the energy and, of course, most of its health. There it goes at the very end. And now the Patriarch is going to be dealt with almost assuredly. GG is called as the Mutalisks cinematically flock over. And that is a wrap. Zeke has taken every single game here, 3-0. And I appreciate that Zeke let him wait. He played with his food a little bit and showed, oh yeah, okay, this guy knows some of the tech tree. But that was indeed a pretty one-sided game, even though it took a little bit of time to make it through. So GGs are called. We are just about wrapped up here with that tournament match. And we'll see what they have to say. Smarty said, "You were not bad, bro. GG." Isn't that a choice? Beautiful. Beautiful. Has Zeke dropped a set so far, asks Blindrar. No, actually, so we have the bracket here on Liquipedia, and it is single elimination, so if Zeke does drop a set, that'll be a wrap. But we just finished the match here, so I haven't actually implemented it yet. But when it comes to the this particular matchup, he is going to be waiting for his next opponent. On the other side of the bracket, yesterday we watched Ultra take on Neblime, and that was a 5-game set that really had potential to go either way. I know that seems like a tautology because, oh yeah, 5-game series, of course they had potential. But no, this one was really like next level in my opinion. We had some serious opportunities for both players. Like even in many of the games that Ultra won, it still felt like, oh damn, yeah, this could have been a little bit of a different story. So I think my my camera control likes to apply auto on my focus instead of just letting me manually set it. So I don't know why it does that, but I should be a little bit more crisp now. Crisp, clean lock is Counter-Strike. So we do have, of course, a couple more games for you guys here to cast, but they are not tournament games. All of our tournament games have already been played or have yet to be played. So I am going to be looking at some newer and I guess you could say newbier players. Yes, I do say that right before casting. I am the Weed of God. That's how it is. But yeah, Zeke is looking pretty powerful. He's 3-0'd a fellow Zerg Grass Eater, another American homegrown Cosmonarch. Not necessarily the biggest of challenges, but somebody who knows a lot about the game. Like, that's the thing is Zeke's showing me right now, he obviously has his mechanics that are way better than anybody from our space can necessarily be. Maybe hit him up, Leviathan might be able to contend with on a mechanical level, and then it's more so like the strategic case of like, do you understand the game well enough in something like Starcraft 1? But when we're thinking about like a pro gamer for like Zeke or like Ultra, you're seeing the success that they're having. And in Ultra's case, I would say it's despite not really understanding some of the game when it comes to like a theory level, but Zeke has been grinding so much Cosmonarchy, he actually does know the theory as well. And that's the point where like, when we put him up against these players, like Newt would have, I think, been a more even, slightly more even test when it comes to a mechanical skill. Newt is not as good as Zeke mechanically, but you could say that the gap between him and Smarty is wider than the gap between him and Newt, right? And so thinking about Newt, if the Terran had made it through, which is actually the expected result, it was a surprise to me that Smarty 3-0'd him, a shock even. Coming into this, Smarty knows the game from a theoretical level, a strategic level, understands all the units. Same for Grass Eater. So to see that him 3-0 both of them now really does tell a story that like he's no longer going to be knowledge checked per se. It'd have to be something very specific if he was going to get knowledge checked. And this is despite all the matchups, right? He's mostly practiced against non-mirrors, but for him to just dismiss Grass Eater 3-0, like I want to see him versus a more experienced Zerg. We got Art of Turtle in the chat who's going to be playing later today around 4 p.m. Eastern, although we'll have to cast that match tomorrow from replays. But that's going to be a ZVP as well. That'll be Art of Turtle versus Doglived, two North American StarCraft 1 homies who have been around for a long time. And then Ayud64 is waiting from that. He did go by a few IDs in the past. I don't think he used that ID in StarCraft 1, but he's like an A S rank player from back in the day. I think it wasn't pre-remastered, but it might have been like super early remastered that he got those kinds of ranks. But a solid player, a former champion of Acropolis, our world championship here, our Cosmonarchy title, premier tournament. And so, it was really cool. Nabline won a tournament, won an Acropolis, the first Acropolis, and he went up against Ultra. It was a 5-game set, and I'm thinking we could have a chance where if Ayud makes it past Art of Turtle or Doglift, whoever makes it past each other, then he's going to face Ziki, and that'll be another, Cosmonarchy champion versus StarCraft 1 Pro, and we really get to see, like, okay, are these people legit? Like, do these pros have this the knowledge that the former champions do? And the former champions aren't bad mechanically; they're just not as good as a pro. I think that's easy to say. When he saw lettuce, yeah, he knew what to do. What's up, Smarty? Thanks for playing today. On your lunch break, no less. Let's see if you can try to talk to some pros during the offseason. No promises. Oh, okay. Thank you, BlindRar. I think it's going to be super sick. I mean, we already have Wolfix joining us for a show match on Friday. We have Wolfix joining Oya and Ziki. So that'll be fun. That'll, if we're still doing this particular tournament, which I think we will be by then, we'll probably have to play the grand final of this event, which will qualify one player into the next Acropolis in probably April, I think is probably when it's going to be, of 2026. Basically, it earns you a direct invite, so you skip the qualification process. The fact that it could actually be between Ziki and Ultra is kind of wild to me, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird to me to think, wait a second, just 2 months ago or whatever, it was July when we had our first pros start playing. It was Ziki was the first pro to start playing. And then we had, after that, we had the show match Ziki Oya. And then we had, it was Bonneth, Ultra, and it was supposed to be Hawk, but he didn't show up. So then it was Ziki instead. And now we've got another round of pros, Oya returning, Ziki returning, and then Wolfix debuting. And so that's sort of where we're at when it comes to the situation with the games. And I just find that to be so interesting because it really did suddenly happen, if you guys don't understand what I'm saying. We snapped our fingers and suddenly there were pros. And StarCraft 2 pros are coming in as well. We have a show match from some of the StarCraft 2 guys, which I wasn't expecting them all to be down. It was one of those cases where I messaged a bunch of people, and then they were like, I was expecting a 10% acceptance rate, and it was more like a 50% acceptance rate, or maybe more than that. And I'm like, oh, all right, sure, yeah, come on in then. Come on in, we got room. So now we just got to see if we can swing some of the more some of the I guess you could call them influencers, but they are good players. It's like Indy from the Polish scene of StarCraft 2. We've got I'm trying to reach out to, I've already reached out to Uthermal as well. Very popular guy from StarCraft 2, but a good pro as well, like a former pro. I guess you could call him still active now. It's like he's officially retired, but he still plays in 1v1 and 2v2 competitions, of course. So I don't know how you would describe that. Part-time pro, full-time content creator. And then, who knows? Maybe we can grab a Harstem or somebody like that. But bottom line is, we are talking about, a very different setup. And it is wild. It is wild. Yeah, we got some StarCraft 2 guys. Uthermal playing would be insane. Yeah, you're right about that. Well, that's another reason why I'm accelerating the button on all these bug fixes. Come on, guys, let's crank this game into something that looks better, all that stuff. And I'm really delighted to see the custom models that we've got going on. We got that Izira core model in, looks beautiful. We didn't see it in this series, but there was an opportunity for it. Maybe we'll see it in one of the matches that I'll show up in a bit. But yeah, it was really cool to see some of the stuff like that. Yeah, Hit 'em Up did decline to play here, but that means that we will see Ayud instead, in theory, right? That's assuming Art of Turtle doesn't sweep that side of the bracket, or Dogliv doesn't upset that side of the bracket, or whatever. So, yeah. Always telling people if they like StarCraft, they need to come here. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, the new Izira core model feels more thematic now. Yeah, I would say so. It definitely looks more Zergy, that's for sure. Uthermal Harstem, hopefully Winter and Artosis. Oh yeah, Winter is in the server as well, but I guess I should probably reach out to him directly in DMs again. I think I have to wait for him to accept my friend request before I can actually message him, though. So that was something that I think, that was where that fell down initially, when he first joined. But maybe he'll, maybe if I, one of those things that happens is that people will look at you and they will say, oh, you have so many mutual servers and mutual friends. Oh yeah, okay, I'll accept you. But the Yeah, I don't really know how that stuff works, so I couldn't really tell you. Obviously, he's a busy guy, right? So. I don't think Artosis will, just based on what people have told me. Apparently, he's very like, he really wants to support StarCraft 1, and maybe even a little, like, I know he says, I don't know, I'm not going to try to psychoanalyze or like read between the lines. It's not really appropriate in my opinion, but I just think that it's, from what people have told me, he's very much interested in, maybe / concerned about, I don't know if that's accurate, that last part, interested in preserving the StarCraft 1 scene, maximizing the StarCraft 1 scene. And so rather than seeing Cosmonarchy as something that like helps to do that by having pros play both, or people involved in the scene play both, he would see it as taking away from, is my guess based on what I've been told. Again, I'm not going to like sit here and luridly speculate about a bunch of stuff, but that's sort of the vibe that I've been getting from some of those. So if that is the case, hey, I mean, he's his own man. He's obviously got his own schedule and stuff that he does. So it would be great to have him there. He did check out a clip once and have his reaction, which honestly was perfect, because his reaction was, I'm never going to play that. And like, that would actually ironically make people check it out some. It's like, oh my God, it tilted Artosis. I got to see, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's something that I thought was kind of funny. But we'll see how that one plays out over time, because right about now, we're having a good time. We're getting a lot of pros in. I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from there. But the show match on Friday is going to be very hype, and maybe, just maybe, the games that we're about to cast right now are going to be hype, even though they are of a lower level than before. I actually want to check these out, mostly because we have a rare sighting of Solstice playing. Solstice is the modeler. Oops, I just sent a link that I didn't mean to send. That's okay. You guys can check out the tournament again. All right, that was a split prediction, by the way, that last one. All right, we have I am the Wheat God versus Solstice. So you guys have 2 minutes to make your predictions. Will the epic modeler that does some of our modeling, will he perform to the point where he is owning? Or will it be I am the Wheat of God? I will not be the Wheat of God, but maybe somebody else am the Wheat of God. I don't know how to say that guy's name at all, dude, honestly. Get him out of here. Godwheat in the top left is our Palatine Blue Terran, and Solstice in the bottom right is our... Ooh, this is a tough color to guess. It's not teal. I'm going to say turquoise. Turquoise. All right, this is Martyr's Ground, a map by the Shambler, so I'm sure it'll be absolutely silly and deranged. Actually, this is a map that people sometimes will play in general. So this is if it was any other Shambler map, I think I might be appropriate in saying that, but this one actually seems to have some established normalcy to it. Third base is a little bit hard to hold. You've got this angle here, but in theory, you could like try to push out of here and hold here. The problem is that this one has a ramp to get that cliff advantage coming down, and you can't really hold further away. So developing into a fourth base can be difficult. Even holding your third base before you're fully set up can be difficult. So I think it does favor aggressive play, would be my sober analysis there. And Solstice going for a 2-gate here. Again, he is the man who has modeled many a thing for Cosmonarchy. Even did portraits for the Ecclesiast, the Legionnaire, and the Izira. Custom portrait art is beautiful. Maybe we'll get a chance to see it if he makes Ecclesiasts in this game or Legionnaires in this game. Sadly, they are not exactly meta versus Terran, but, you know, we'll see what he wants to do. I don't think that this is necessarily going to be a meta game. Workers tickling each other, heckling each other on multiple sides, and it looks like the Gateway was even heckled by the Mason as well. All right, Vulture coming up here for Godwheat. Went for a mech opener. Interesting choice. Bro, I just joined and now you get to see my game. Yeah, welcome, Solstice. Welcome. Dog said Solstice had you and Ramen sweating? Wow, okay. That's pretty impressive. Let's see what he does. He did hold his first military purchase for a little bit there, I noticed, but he is going to go for that Dracodon. Vulture now coming up with no defensive mines laid. Second Fulcrum. Still 2 workers on Vespine, so I think Godwheat's going to want to transition into maybe either something gas expensive out of the Fulcrum, which is pretty standard, or he's going to go for like a Star Pad follow-up. Try to get some damage dealt that way. We'll see. I feel like Terrans either stick on gas with 2 for a while, or they pull it, or they full saturate. There's really no like in-between. I guess the in-between is what Godwheat is doing right now, but Obviously, it's a consistent amount of Vespene. Similar story coming in for Solstice's base, keeping up with each other and workers. Fast Embassy means that I think he's going to go for the Witness to try to get the mines out. I wonder if Solstice... so this game was played on the 24th, so he would not have been able to see the Smarty games versus Newt. But this is very similar to what I've seen a lot of Protoss players do. Instant Witness, they just want to clear the mines. If there is a heavy Vulture follow-up, which is not the case here, as we see it is a Star Pad instead, which does cost a lot of minerals as well as the Vespene, then you do need to be watchful about walking into these lobotomy mines. You'll get stunned, and then, 6 Vultures will come in and start picking your Draconids apart or whatever. And so even though he's got the Witness on the way, he is actually face-tanking them, maybe almost trying to bait them in, feeling somewhat confident with his amount right now. But the Witness is almost clear. Oh, it's a lot of his Draconids are getting stunned. He's just kind of egoing, you know what I mean? Like, aura-ing, mogging him, saying, nah, you don't got it. If you had it, you'd already showed me. Or he's not thinking about that at all. I'm not sure which. But now the Witness is out. One thing you have to be a little bit tricky about here is that if the mine pops like that, where it stuns or it applies the slow to the Witness, that does reveal it, I'm pretty sure. And so there's no anti-air here right now anyway, but it's a funny angle. So we have an Envoy, shuttle equivalent, and a Nexus coming in for Solstice. That's a reasonable stun there, as the Vultures are actually trying to dive in to the main base. Godwheat being a little bit tricky with it. Pylon out the front, trying to make this map a little bit more defensible. And even though the Envoy is here, what are you going to do? Try to drop micro? You guess you could. Draconids have to come on the way back. Some of them were stunned earlier, so they do not end up getting anywhere. A couple workers have already gone down. Got to keep track of that. We're at 19 right now. Tie game on the worker count. He's dropped 3 workers already. 4 workers going down. Now the Draconids are going to be target fired here, and he's going to end up trading a couple out. Looks like with... oh, man, so many more workers. He's not even making workers during this time. Harassment, very effective right now. He went from 20 workers to 11. And even though he does have that second Nexus, the second Ministry isn't that far behind. So a great choice for Godwheat to sack those Vultures, since he has some Cyclops back at home to try to defend. Could be a little bit chancy. Yeah, this is what Solstice needs to do, right? He's got 2 Draconids in the Envoy, which is not normally what you end up dropping. But I do think he needs to try to counterattack just to make sure Godwheat can't explode back behind this. His Draconids can dance with the Cyclops for a while. We actually have an understrength Terran army back at home because the Cyclops are leaving to do further harassment. This could either seal the deal for his win, where Solstice will just have no economy, or Solstice could actually stand on top of the Fulcrums and force a base race, which you don't really win when it comes to, a Terran, because they can just lift their structures. But Cyclops are very brittle. You can actually just use 2 Draconids here to kill them off the reinforcements, thinking about it. He's going to scoop those up and try to arc away. This is allowing his other Draconids to get in here. He should ignore this Ministry and dive up the ramp. Try to stand on top of that production. Maybe try to heckle the standing army. Obviously, right now, we have that Trojan flying into the main base for Godwheat. It's like this isn't a noob level game. This is a mid-level game. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about, well, this is potentially dangerous. He's just going to go ahead and leave it. That delayed explosion does deal friendly splash damage. Oh, the Watchdog finished! Oh, that's brutal! Both Draconids going down immediately. Meanwhile, looks like only a few workers ended up going down. Big transfer down to that second base. This one finding way less impact than before. And now the Draconids are trying to dance with those Cyclops. But dancing they are not. They need to get out of that dodge. That extra damage coming in from the secondary fields is not insignificant. And now coming in to drop onto the main base. Get down to back to the starting worker count. Solstice has to GG. I don't know what happened to his... I think his Draconids were still loose upside in the main base. So no dice there. Oh, at least we went pretty balls to the wall with that one, and Godwheat scraped by. But Solstice, I think once he is able to be a little bit more safe and secure in that kind of situation, he'll be in a good spot, man. He'll be in a good spot. All right, we got to give that prediction over to Mr. Godwheat, and we'll set up the next round here. We're going to go right back into that game, into the second game. We've got 3 matches between those two. So feel free to gamba again. Do you think Solstice will do better this time around, or will Godwheat continue to annihilate him? Solstice in the top left. He's the Palatinate blue now, and he's in the top left now. Godwheat in the bottom right is our Russian green Terran. Over 100 player colors. Can you believe it? Degen Gamba. Hell yeah, brother. I mean, Protoss OP, so right, they should always win. Gateway coming up and then the Scout. Pretty similar timings to Godwheat's. I feel like scouting too early can be a little bit of a drag for Protoss because you do need to know if it's mech or bio, but you don't need to know so soon. necessarily, because... Well, is that even true? Because you want to go, like... You can go 2-gate as a middle-of-the-road build. You can go gate lattice versus mech, if you're trying to use that vassal style. Although Ultra did show us some really cool things versus Nebelheim about using Goliaths against the vassal. Even though you'd think, that's an overkill, dude. That's a Goliath. But you just deny the scouting. You deny them the ability to harass your vultures. And you don't need to build a watchdog for your worker line either. Like, it's really good, actually, considering all the things it accomplishes. So maybe 2-gate will be a bit more normal versus mech. But you usually want Gate Grand Library versus Bio. You want to get that Cantavis out. And any of those builds can do work against the other build that they're not necessarily best at, right? Like, 2-gate's middle of the road, like I said, it kind of works versus everything. Gate Lattice, you can kind of just say, all right, I'm going to make some vassals to scout out or whatever, and then maybe a couple idols or something is going to be my choice versus Bio. Even though they're not as good, like, it's okay in the early game, and then you can kind of just, you know, have it peter off over time. Gate Grand Library versus mech, Storm is okay still. Atreus, really good. Amaranths, I think people are going to start respecting melee units a lot more into Phalanx. We're coming back around to the StarCraft 1 way of thinking. Not that we ever really left it, per se. We never really had it. Like, nobody really tried, you know, a bunch of envoys, Giga dropping, you know, Doom dropping, Zealot bombing the Phalanxes. But you can do that. And I'm waiting for somebody to try it, that's for sure. Double Embassy. Oh. Making sure. Yeah, Kid Wrangling. Kid Wrangling, classic. Double Dracodon out for Solstice. The Versed Vulture going to have a contender to deal with. Now, what is Godweed's follow-up going to be? Is he just going to do Starpad again? Because he's got enough money for it. If he orders up another Vulture, it's going to have to be a little bit of time. Okay, it is going to be Starpad. Now, remember, last game he just decided to thread the needle between the forces and dive in with all of his Vultures. That's what did a bunch of damage in the early stages of the game. That was despite Solstice actually having vision on the natural. Feels like you could probably grab his workers and drill them onto that in that situation, just try to escape. Force the Vultures to follow so the Dracodons don't have to play catch-up as much. They can play Mustard instead. Follow the channel. Starpad will finish up here pretty soon. I think we're going to see that Cyclops drop again, but without the Vulture damage. Doesn't even move out with the Dracodons until he has his Witness this time around, playing a little bit more safe. It's, again, the same amount of Vultures. This time it's an Anseal instead of the Trojan. I actually believe this is the right move here because he hasn't been able to get that early game damage. He could still try the Cyclops drop, but he can't really attack in with the Vultures. If he loses the Vultures and the Cyclops to the drop, you know, even if he gets eco damage, then he's just got no army, right? Got to be a little bit more careful. Anseal will scout out. Ministry on location. I really believe in Ministry for natural instead of Treasury. I know Terrans have been trying a lot of Treasury stuff lately. We'll see if that ends up being the case as we get a little bit deeper into this game because the Anchor about halfway done. Probably garrison that with some Cyclops. Witness poking around, seeing what it can find. Probably should be earmarked for that other base. I think he's looking around for the Vultures instead. Which is a cute move for sure. Well, I see some mines. He's going to play Minesweeper with some of his Dracodons, and he's got 3 more back at home. So I'm not too worried about the capacity for him to end up losing to the run-by. In fact, this might even bait the run-by forward. Indeed, it looks like it will. And at first he's like, yeah, 2 Dracodons. And then he's like, oh no, 5 Dracodons. And now he's only got 5 Vultures. All right. The game plan has been revealed. Still dogging the Vulture force with those Dracodons. We've got a 3rd Fulcrum coming up. Expansion's finishing at around the same time. These Vultures not really minded right now, so we are going to see Godwheat lose one. Get some good damage dealt to another one. Really minimal trading happening between our 2 players right now. All these mines will be cleared except for the ones at sort of towards 12 o'clock, and obviously this one I think is just going to... Oh, no, not quite. Now it looks like the Vultures want to try to sneak in again. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. But there are still some bodyguards. Bouncers to the club. Palladium on the way. Godwheat. Is he dressed for the occasion? He's got his Anseal to clear those witnesses, courtesy of the detection. A little bit sloppy from Solstice to walk in there, but even though that's an expensive set of losses, well, this might be a bit more expensive. He's got a couple more Draconids on the ledge. This is like a wave defense moment. Don't leak! Don't leak! He'll lose one worker for his troubles. That's all right. He's still on dead even. Actually, Godwait not making workers right now. He does scout the Envoy, so he's got to be a little bit cognizant of that. Last game, he did a random turret kind of blindly. Now he's adding them more deliberately based on what he scouted, so that's pretty good. He was paying attention to that. Not something that you get... Like, eventually we do want to implement something where units that you scout also appear in Fog of War, not just structures, but we don't have that tech yet. And so that means that when you see somebody respond to that, they are actually paying attention to what their units are seeing. And maybe that little skill expression there is actually something we should keep in. I am open to such a notion. Right now we haven't even experimented with it because it's a technical cost. Going to repair the anchor up. Second Watchdog coming in inside the main. He's already made 2 in the natural. And he's going to go ahead and cap his ridges. Main already done, natural coming up. So that is going to give him extra gas income. Not so important for the Phalanx, but I think what he probably wants to do behind this is he probably wants to go after... Oh, it'll get away. Just barely. He probably wants to go after something a little bit more cheesy, like a 2-base tech rush. And I say cheesy because I don't know that it's... always going to be in a good situation for you when you have an understrength mech army. He's making a lot of Phalanx, so there is that. Anti-air, a little bit lackluster, but 2 Goliaths should do the trick, and he's got Watchdogs nearby. So if he's getting attacked by that, that would be one thing. Prostration stage at the natural. Grand Library making Heralds. 3rd base on the way. You know, when Solstice is starting to use some of these units, maybe he's going to be like, I could remodel that. It'll be perfect. Fast 3rd base makes sense here. Honestly, Solstice should probably take an extra base on top of this. When he scouts like the entrenched mech and he confirms there's no other bases coming in, he's going to try to fly in, but there is a Watchdog there. Ends up only taking some shield damage. And there's the 3rd base treasury on location. Godweight's been paying attention to the discourse in the server, that's for sure. Madrigals for anti-air. Bit more dedicated at it, and they can deploy to deal with things like Zealots. Standing army is mostly Striders. There's the tier 2 I was talking about. This army can be pretty deadly, but I feel like Solstice just needs to slow it down as it approaches his 3rd base, and he should be able to engage on it. That being said, where is his melee, right? He doesn't really have any. He's going to actually try to salvo forward. He unloaded the Draconids up here on the high ground. They are going to get splattered, though. No losses yet for Godwheat. A lot of losses so far for Solstice. He's got his Pariahs on the way, but they are a long way off completion. Does he have anyone completed? No, not yet. Going to get his workers mining. 3rd base now under attack. The mech push coming in. Now, this isn't the most organized by Godwheat. He does have to watch out. Couple of his walkers getting sniped away. The Madrigal does do really good damage. Around the Herald, when units die, they speed each other up. That's what I was talking about with the engagements there. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to get right on top of his opponent with that friendly splash. He will end up using the Cyclops to finish off one of the Phalanxes, but this does feel a little bit lackluster for our Protoss player. Is he going to end up being able to save this 3rd base Nexus? Looks like the answer might not be yes. Obviously, the Atlas is finished up behind this, so Tier 2 is going to be a transition point. And there goes the Nexus collapsing. Anseal narrowly escapes death. A Pariah is out finally. We need more Heralds. They are on the way. And it'll be Tier 2 Bio, the transition point here. Captaincy's coming up for Godwin. This can be cleared pretty easily. The question is, how long does Godwait want to stick around? And it looks like, to me, this is a bit of a mistake for him to stay at this point. He's knocked down the 3rd base. There's going to be another one put down at the 9 o'clock position. 2nd gateway, 3rd gateway actually coming up. I thought that would be a prostration stage. Yeah, he's actually just going to start massing more gateways. He needs the Zealots out. He's going to make more Draconids for now, but his gas is very, very low. This is despite capping with the Sedent. Actually, no, he does have 2 harvesters there. Okay. Oh, here's his problem. Only 1 harvester on the geyser in the main base. Guild Hall coming up. We are having Olympians and Autocrats. That's the time now. A witness comes in to paintbrush some damage. Not quite enough. It makes me wonder, what's the tankiest air unit you can make for cheap? Probably the Aurora, although you'd have to make a Stargate for that. If you could do that, you could and it also has the damage when it dies too. Yeah, you could probably fly those over a mech army like this, have the Cyclops deal paintbrush damage to everything, and then when the Aurora does die, they blow up for even more damage. So that'd be pretty cheeky. Now, Godweed's been allowed to reinforce this position, which is not what I thought would happen. I thought Solstice would pounce on it a little bit sooner. Definitely got to watch out for this kind of situation. That Dracodon is not long for this world. He's going to end up pulling some workers. I think they're meant to go... Yeah, they are. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Hey, Worth. A great conflagration. What the hell's going on? Five Olympians, 2 more treasuries being started at different bases. The witnesses continuing to observe this army. Like, this is about even tech. I guess tech is in favor of the Terran player right about now. And remember, like, he's not able to properly saturate his extra base despite having an even worker count-ish, even-ish worker count. Heralds allow those patriarchs, or those pariahs rather, to get in a little bit closer. Big phalanx bombs, but there's so many more where that came from. He clears the first wave, but he doesn't have much else left in the tank, right? There's still so many. And this is before the bio comes into play. Again, I really feel like he needed zealots. Just more targets to deal with. Phalanxes are tanky as hell, too, so it's not like the old days where you just... What is it? 4 Dragoons, 2-shot. So it's 8 Dragoon shots to kill a siege tank or whatever. It's not like that in Cosmonarchy. They're a bit tankier. And now they're in tank mode, the Pun mode coming out. You'd say it takes a little bit of time there to clear the decks. Now we've got a Zealot round coming out. But there's no more splash damage. Well, I guess there's 1 phalanx from downtown, but GG has to be called as the Olympians show themselves. That was a slow asphyxiation of the Protoss player. But listen, Godweed gets it done. I feel like that was a little bit more decisive in a way. Like, the last game felt like it was a bit easier to say, you could write that one off in just about any way. Like, you know, whatever. It was close. You know what I mean? That one felt like it demonstrated the levels a little bit more, where Solstice needs to do some work on the sort of like recognizing the position he is in that sort of situation, which is to be expected. It's not like undue criticism per se. It's just he's coming back into the game after a long period of inactivity in terms of playing. And even though he watches some of the streams, some of the casts and stuff, it's very different to actually playing it, not seeing the full map, that kind of thing. So we have Godweed down here in the bottom right as our Mint Terran, going for his bio opener this time around. And Solstice in the top left is our Glacial Protoss. Once again, going to be rocking the Gateway. Fortified Folk is absolute max count. Too much anti-synergy. Maybe. I feel like Lobotomy Mine synergizes with every unit. Like Goliath is a bit more generic in the way that it synergizes with any unit. Cyclops, keep them in the damage field. Phalanx, keep them in the area, the target location. I guess Matador is maybe a bit more questionable because it's a frontline unit, but Blackjacks have an easier time shooting. All that kind of stuff. So, 2-gate into Bio. If we don't see a faster Grand Library this time around, or like in the last game there was Grand Library, which I think heralds tried to pull their weight, but they didn't have too many units to synergize with, right? We didn't see any Zealots come out. We didn't see even, like... I think Legionnaires could be really good, actually, versus Phalanx, if you get the right kind of initial setup. They can't be the subject of the initial volley, right? Or if they are, they have to be like nothing is behind them, because they will outrun the bullet, the projectile, but the mortar will hit the ground and damage whatever's behind them, moving in the same direction. So it can be a little bit tricky there. Mavericks and Hurricanes on the way for our Godwheat. I haven't seen him play Bio versus Protoss in a hot minute, so... And he played Mech versus the Shambler, and he played Mech the first 2 games of this as well, so... I know he plays Bio versus... Oh, he canceled whatever that was. Starpad coming up instead. I was just thinking that maybe leaving behind a little rubble, a customized rubble for when you cancel something would be good. Like, we know it was a cancel here, but sometimes you don't see it as it happens, and it just looks like rubble. Although, actually, technically, the rubble is bigger if it dies, and smaller if it's canceled, which is already a tell, but whatever. Hurricanes. They take a long time to die. The Mavericks are stimming after. 3 Draconins is still a pretty good number here. Wants to take care of those Hurricanes first. Armor Rend is going to be kept alive as long as damage is dealt, and you can see the Draconins are under fire. That one is not long for this world. A lot of stims are coming in. Every 3 stims is another Draconin shot that doesn't have to be sent out. Like, all of these would be 1 tap from the 3 Draconins if they were still at 3, so just to indicate because of the 3 stims that they took. Grand Library coming up, so Solstice seems to know about the Cantavis. Trojan on the way. So he's going to go for the drop, which is sensible, and an expansion behind it, which is maybe a bit ballsy versus a 2-gate opener. Which, remember, he did scout. Nexus coming up. Oh yeah, and of course, I forgot to do the prediction. I like this from Solstice, cycling back the ones that are wounded. He's missing this one at the top. And there you go, the anchor is cracked just like that. The Masons were not fast enough. This is pretty good damage early on. Now Solstice can set loose on the workers. Only going to be, what, 4 Mavs up here? Delay the Ministry. Honestly, I think you take this as a dub if you force a cancel on the Ministry. I think that's honestly really good. Now, this is because of the Trojan drop, right? Like, that's why he doesn't have anything. But back at home, Solstice is still making units. He's still got units coming, so... The cancel is good. Gonna have to come up. And you don't go after the finished Nexus, but obviously Solstice sees what's going on here, so he's going to start heckling that. That did end up getting canceled back at home. Made sure to check that one out. No workers have gone down just yet. The Warden will not be canceled. Oh, it doesn't need to be. Holds his nerve. Oh, what a bungle. Now he has pushed back the Draconins on this side. Lost 4 Masons so far, actually. So that was very, very bad for Godwheat's chances in this game, I suppose. It turns out it was a Herald and not a Cantavis. Now, we do need to see Solstice... I think he needs to saturate his main base again. He's got a little bit more than he needs over here. But once he does that, obviously, he's got a very sizable worker lead. He's got better production of workers as well. And only 3 stockades here for Godwheat. He's making a lot of Cyprians. I feel like that is going to allow him to hold on for dear life here pretty soon. Hey, what's up, Veek? Yeah, I think it seems to have worked out quite a bit. Quite well. It was actually something that Dog, who's also in the chat as CT, was saying that the only real, like, drawback to it is that it makes Terran feel a bit more like other races, but since it still comes from your production, I think it's still pretty novel. without it being overly, like, UI, UX draining. Now, this many Cyprians is pretty deadly, but we have no Hurricanes, so they're not going to pen the Dracodons. They're not going to pen the Heralds. Heralds go down very, very quickly here. Yeah, this much firepower from the Cyprians is no joke. You got to respect that. No Cantavis for Storm makes it really hard to fight this. Like, with all of those melee units that he had, the Heralds, the Ecclesias weren't exactly melee, but shorter range than the Dracodons. And the cliff advantage helping him out massively here. He's going to clear everything but the Cyprians. And the one lonely Maverick back then, like, what the hell? I'm being singled out. But what I'm saying about the... What I'm saying about the sort of skirmish that we just saw is if there's one Cantavis for Storm, how would the Mavericks have dove on it, right? It just doesn't really make sense. So there's no real opportunity for them to do that. The Storm would have just wiped the floor with that. That's one of the main reasons you go Grand Library into Bio, but he really likes the Herald. He's letting me know. That's his next project, modeling the Herald. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? Almost a dozen Cyprians down here. I don't think this fight will go very well with range versus range. Almost ends up bopping that Cyprian, but not quite. Upsaya would love this change. Yeah, you're right. I did see the Discord button yesterday, and I said, oh, cool, Vic did that. But that was just a random moment on stream, like 4 hours in, so I don't expect that you knew that. I forgot to DM you about it as well. Eidolons are coming out now, as well as some Savants. The Star Pad has been mostly idle, right? Like, have we even seen... I swore I saw an Anseal, but no, I did not. So we have no detection yet. The Witness will get in just fine. Quarry being added on into the main base. A kind of interesting decision, but... like, personally, I would put it on the Treasury, but then it's very vulnerable. So maybe you build the Treasury back here. Because I think that, you know, slowing down your Mason production here is not good. Obviously, he was also cutting workers at the same time. The Witnesses are canvassing the map. Solstice getting plenty of information as his third base comes online here in about a minute. Prostration stage coming up. Ardent Authority is thrumming. Are we going to see Positrons or Acantors? A Clarion wouldn't suck, but I don't know. Going to be Acantors. Hit 'em up is a big rater of the Acantor. I can't remember if it was versus Mech or versus Terran in general, but it was definitely a versus Terran sort of matchup. Really cool to see Solstice playing, though, that's for sure. Got to get some games with all of the contributors, you know. Maybe DF will start playing again, too, and then we'll be swimming in contributor games. It'll be the artist 1v1, right? It'll be DF versus Solstice. Whose models are better? Let's find out by playing the game. The problem is they both play Protoss. Or is that a problem? Yeah, thank you for the work, homie. Exciting to get Replay cracking up and running. Whenever that ends up happening. The Witnesses are pretty far forward here for Solstice. He is going to be able to see some of this move out coming. He's also on the cliff, right? Which is pretty destructive, it feels like. Remember, no detection here. The Anseal only now coming out for Godwheat means that the Witness will reveal some of these Eidolons off to the side. But at this point, it's really hard for this Bio army to not just staunch through this. We have no Storm. We have no front line. The Heralds are tanky-ish, but they really thrive when they're going up against, you know, there's the Storm, and there's the Acantor as well for the AoE. But it felt like that was his best moment, right? If he could hold from the ramp. Would have made it very inefficient here. Acantor, don't blindly walk in. No, he was on a regular move. All right, now he's looking. He's thinking, how do I cast the Storm? What do? Well, his Acantor is just running through everything. I think he had to read the tooltip real quick, you know what I mean? That's unfortunate. Oh, that was a cool shot at the end. Last gasp of a mechanical worm. Lots of Eidolons. We got 16 of them over here. There is a Pariah. By itself, not a huge threat, but if we can get more Heralds and Zealots in the fray, we can really run amok here. for the Protoss army, especially if the Eidolons are busy trying to deal with other stuff, right? A lot of idle workers, but they're actually helping out by attacking Ahmed. He's safe. He's all right. But the third base on both sides here, I think even Eco favors Terran in this situation. Also, the tempo of the fourth base is coming up here. Fifth base as well. It's kind of interesting he's using Masons for it instead of Talus. Technically, Talus harvests a little bit more efficiently than Masons, so on the one hand, it works out. But on the other hand, it's like faster for them to get to the base to start making it because they fly and they move faster. So anyway, it's just interesting. Like, which part of their superior statistic are you going to use? Movement speed for harvesting or movement speed for building? Man, he's just Eidolon monocomping right now. He does have some Hurricans in. Huracan Eidolon is a pretty scary comp. The witness count has been pretty good, but it's not anywhere localized. And Tier 2 now starting up for Godwheat, thanks to his third base and his ridge caps. This is kind of funny. You could just do 2 Talos, and this is perfectly fine. You don't need a third worker if you have 2 Talos, but Godwheat is not operating on that level just yet. And this sucker is one of the reasons why it's so damn hard for... it'll be so damn hard for Solstice to actually get a read on the Eidolons. Just knowing that there's a detection over here is going to be a challenge. Now, the armor end onto that Pariah, huge courtesy of the Hurricans. Storm on those Eidolons forces them to reposition. Oh, so many of them going down. Now that's the storm that we needed. He's read the tooltip, boys. Gonna go ahead and throw down one to zone out. Get the retreat going. And yeah, with no detection, he can't quite see with the Acantors, right? So that's a big problem. Nothing to fire upon. Reinforcements scrambling to the front. The Cantavis can be focused down here, but oh, Godwheat not quite paying attention to that. Cantavis needs to get in this fight. The Pariah's already been focused in. You gotta do something over here, man. Oh, one of them was still decloaked, so there's the salvo there. Honestly, I feel like he needs like 10 more Cantavis, and then he can win this easy. And he's got the money for it, right? Maybe not the Vespine, but definitely the minerals. Get mining on that gas, homie. Get your fourth base operating. That's actually one way where Solstice has more eco than his opponent. He's got more workers. Done a great job with that. Transferring big worker count down to the fourth. Needs to saturate that gas, and then he'll be sitting pretty compared to his opponent, who, yeah, they've technically, Godwheat has 5 bases. But mining-wise, he's only got, you know, the 3. Adding the captaincies all over the place. Neblime would roll in his grave after Ultra put him there. You can't have that. Building all your tech down there at the third base. Unbelievable. Now, one thing that it does do is it gives you faster reinforcement points, so there is that to think about. Solstice said he was trying, earlier on the ramp, he was trying to cast Storm for several seconds, but it wasn't doing anything. I wonder if, like... I have no idea really what could have happened. I guess we probably need a POV if that happens again, which most people do not record their own gameplay, so it is hard to know. My guess is that the commands weren't being issued because you had, like, maybe you had, like, 2 units selected, but the Storm button still showed. I don't know. Hard to say. Honestly, this tech, where it shows you the button set for a second in replay, if it was actually consistent and it just worked, that would be pretty sick. Because you could actually read the tooltips, right? Whatever. Honestly, I guess we can just get rid of this whole screen. The replay progress bar is hidden for me, so I don't know how long the replay actually is, but some people prefer that, having that there. Oh, a bunch of land effects are being made. Dude, he's going to use Disruption Field. That's sick. Amaranth's running off to the 12 o'clock. We have some Harvesters finally arriving over here at the satellite bases. This one's fully saturated now. So, okay, Godwheat is going to take the efficiency game. Double capping at here, that extra base. We have the aquifers up. Very nice. Oh no! The run by! Quick, let me pull my whole army. They rise from the muck. We were joking about that during D&D at some point recently, and just dead. Well, while the Amaranth harassment continues, more full open engagement here with 41 Eidolons, by the way. 42, I think. Well, there's plenty of Acantors here with this. We do not have any Stormers in this position, which I think are really important. Oh, dodgeball. Instantly down to 38. A couple salvos from those Acantors on the retreat would really help out because the Eidolons could just walk in there and die. This one Amaranth making this worth. Oh, but the Mason found the 6th base. Or 5th base, rather. 6th base is up here. Trying to cycle around, see if he can split the army. These Olympians all by their lonesome are definitely going to be a problem. No! Oh, it's beautiful. We love to see those Eidolons go down. It's satisfying, in a primal way, that this count went from 42 to 7. Is my prediction right? I guess it'll be 8. I don't know, that pariah is still going to be... Oh, 6! Autocrats getting caught in the middle of the map as well. No good there. And the Lanifex have come in. They've killed the Talos! Oh, I love it! Now they just need to go to 6 o'clock. That's where all the other Talos are. I guess there's some over here, but there's also defenses there, so... beware. Yeah, get out of there! All of his Olympians loose there. He's going to probably move them out just in time for the raid to come down. And there, yep, there it is. Goodbye, Talos. We hardly knew you. All these Olympians, like, weaklings should not join the fight. I cannot save them all. Well, just like that, I feel like Solstice is slowly taking command of this game. The problem is, his standing army is very small compared to Godwheat's. It says they have the same amount, but subtract out the Lanifex and the Witnesses. He's doing good moves with the army that he's got. This is kind of like guerrilla warfighting right now. Witness revealing what's going on over here. And the Taluses are going to repair the treasury, but all the Masons are going to die to the Amaranths. So it's still working out okay. Yeah, pretty good harassment still, nonetheless. 10 Striga per rotation are being made right now. Starting to add some Gladius. I don't hate it. Unitary Union, Prostration Stage number 2. Yeah, we do need to see some more advanced tech, that's for sure. Look at the money Solstice has. No matter how many structures he builds, he cannot spend down all of his money. Make a couple monuments a sin, my man. You got the tech for it. Crucible, Pylon. Double monument. Right now, dude. Boneth would double monument. I know that for a fact. Well, while we're stuck into this game, the mantles are coming up at 6 o'clock. Godwheat has had to spend a lot of money reestablishing his worker count. Lanifex patrolling the middle of the map. Yeah. I agree with Art of Turtle. Neither of these guys have had this moment before. Coming in as a bit of a wedge to try to drive between these forces, but you gotta give respect to the Autocrats. Your melee front line kind of getting shellacked here. The Cantors were not with that fight, and now they're not even on the attack move. I am the pariah of God, says Godwheat. And the Olympians just muscle through the Cantors. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, is that you compare the standing army, and sure, you've eliminated all the workers here at the 3 o'clock position for a second time, or a third time, or however many times it's been. This one Cantavus from the beginning of the game, or the midpoint of the game, helping out, but where's your tech? Where's your longer range, or your zone denial, your area control? Where is all of that? And it turns out that Godweed had a way stronger ground force, and we kind of knew that looking at it, but Solstice learned out the hard way. Now, that being said, like, I meme on Godweed sometimes. He is no slouch when it comes to the game as like a mid player, you know, what would you call it? A class 3 player, right? So Solstice looking like a class 3 player himself with that one. Just kind of walks in after never playing the game, you know. Not never, but like very, very long time since he's played the game. Just kind of walks in and he hangs with them. He makes Godweed work for it. The first game super close. Second game a bit more convincing. Third game, honestly, could have gone either way had some different moves been made. So mid. Yeah, gonna call God mid. Yeah, I am. Absolutely. Just the weed of God, not God himself. Yeah, after 15 minutes goes through. I think Solstice even said that, something like that in the chat, like, yeah, dude, I don't even know what's going on after a certain amount of time, you know what I mean? And fair enough, like, if you've never been there, you got to get the experience. So that was pretty cool. We do have a couple of games between Godweed and Sausage, so I guess we'll continue our Protoss versus Terran. Oh, somebody went all in on Solstice. I apologize. All right. We are going to be showing a very exciting map, in my opinion. It is the first map sent in by Mr. SGZZZ. Estacion Fantasia, I believe is what it's called. Let me confirm that for you guys. Estacion Fantasma. Yeah, there you go. Probably didn't pronounce it right, but that's all right. I'm not Spanish. I do not speak Spanish. Yeah, and those kinds of painful lessons, Solstice, he's saying happens kind of often that I get in a winning position and don't appreciate it and lose it. Like, watching back the replays is most helpful, I think. I don't know how often you do that, but that's probably the most helpful thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kasuga is also observing with us. Shout out Kasuga one time. I don't think I have any replays queued up that feature him, but still, you know how it goes. We've got... oh, okay, God. I am the gay of God, apparently. I'm the weed of gay? I don't know, something like that. He can decide if he likes that idea. He certainly, he does certainly design his D&D characters a certain way. I'll wink at you about that one. Anyway, we do indeed have that as the setup. I'll go ahead and push the button on the Twitch Gamba. You guys have 2 minutes to make your decision. If Godwheat versus Sausage, will go Godwheat's way or Sausage's way. Will it be Canada or will it be Peru? Any other obs? No, just Kasuga. All right, Sausage in the bottom right. He is our Celadon Protoss. And in the top left, we have I Am the Weed of God as our Royal Blue Terran. Somebody gave Godwheat access to the heraldry. I can't believe it. Ghost Station in Spanish. Okay. Phantasma would have sounded like... I feel like Phantasma made me think like fantasy or illusion or something like that, but it's interesting that it's ghost. That could work out. Makes sense. Makes sense. Kasuga, if anybody is wondering, Kasuga is incorrect about the Matrix healing enemies. The Matrix casts has the same condition for healing as the Ecclesiast. So, you have to be an ally. I don't think Kasuga knows the word visage. Sausage going to go for a 2-gate Nexus, which is just fine. 2 Stockade, something a bit more aggressive, it looks like. Initially, anyway. Godwheat going to make his own ministry pretty soon. That's right, Ultra. What's up, buddy? Hola. Huh? What are you doing, Gawi? Make the ministry. There you go. We got a little patrol dance? No? No, he just shift clicked a few times, I guess. Dracodon's on the way. Mastrak versus Bio. Makes sense, makes sense. I wonder if they were playing like Winter Stay On or something, although I don't have any replays between either of these guys and Kasuga, so maybe Kasuga was just... He gamed once and then he's like, IOBS. Ah, it was Winter Stays On. Cool. Third Stockade coming out for Godweed. He's got a decent number of Cyprians here for the early game. I agree with what Dog said. Man, I almost really confused myself. I was about to say Grass Eater for some reason, probably because I saw the trees and that made me think of grass. And then I was going to say... Oh. Hell yeah, brother. Thanks, Quick Scops. Good night. Thank you for your bits. I appreciate it. I've never seen that animation or heard that sound before. You are the first bidder. We've heard Biddy Bee, but what about Biddy Quickscops? You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. What was I in the middle of saying? I got distracted by money. Let's see. Cyprian's coming out. Oh yeah. So I was gonna call Dog Eater by mistake, and I feel like it's rude to call somebody a cannibal. You know what I mean? If you don't know them. This map just pain in my ass. Yeah, this doodad is the ultimate what the hell. Everything else about this map is pretty interesting, in my opinion. Once this doodad gets removed, we'll be in a better spot, I think. Third base coming up pretty fast here for Godweed on the low ground. Other places, cool. I think Kasuga is trying to say what I'm saying. I hate middle. I like how there's the sponsor ad here on the billboard, but this one's just fucking ruined. It's just like somebody walked in and said, I hate middle, and smashed that. Kabbalist out. Do we have any detection? We do not. But let's see if Godweed can defend against it. He hasn't noticed yet. He has no idea. He is none the wiser. Oh, going after it. He'll clear the one Mason. So when the teleportation happens, which is that that little overlay there, we'll see it in action here and again. It boosts the damage that the Kabbalist deals to 60. So they won't one-shot the Cyprian, but they will get pretty close to one-shotting the Mason, as you see there. He's been snapped. He did get two Kabbalists, or two Masons. He got a Scout on the Covenant. He knows what's coming. Pretty useful all in all. I would say just on the borderline of worth. You know what I mean? Star pad on the low ground there. Third base is finished up. He did not scout the third, so that's something. Invisible Man, save my channel points. Invisible Man Productions, Artosis' editor, right? He should make a video where it's like, if Artosis played Cosmonarchy, and it's just like a compilation of all the Terrans that raged out. Do you guys think maybe Shambler is the closest thing to Artosis we have in the community? Or is it somebody who actually... I mean, like, Artosis doesn't really rage out to the point where he just, like, quits the game or whatever. I mean, sometimes he'll quit individual matches, right? But, like, in a tournament setting, no, he gives it his all. And Shambler does too, but he always has a funny thing to say at the end. I don't know. That's sort of what made me think about that. Because, like, I wouldn't say... You can't say it's somebody like... some of the players who just rage quit the community entirely or whatever, but... It's interesting to think about, like, who is our current analog to him? Lattice opening would kill RT. Well, Sausage might end up losing this engagement after taking some early favorable trades with the Draconids. The Eidolons are here, adding a lot of damage. The Hurricanes are gone, and now Sausage is trying to thin the herd a little bit, but he doesn't realize how many Eidolons there are, I don't think. Getting bamboozled and schwacked. Plenty more where that came from, as we are up to 7 stockades of production. The third base not really mining too much other than Vespine. The Vespine is great over here. Only now is the third base coming up for our Protoss player. He caps that gas and goes for an engram. His defensive posture is not like it's actually really. I'm seeing a potential structural issue with this map, although I don't know if it's an issue per se. But I think you actually want to defend closer over here. But how can you? This is probably your actual choke, I think. I think anything else, like all the way back here, how are you ever going to try to surround the army, right? Like, you can't really move out in that way. And that's not necessarily a map flaw. It's just like, you got to adjust the way you play, right? Hit him up as Artosis? Yeah, maybe. Protoss don't know Sip has hand. They also don't know Eidolon, but that's okay. Bulwark at every base entrance makes a lot of sense. Second Prostration, Crucible empowering a unitary union. We need to see it, boys. I'm telling you right now. Potentates versus I don't know. I'm just kidding. But I had Neblime typing there for a moment. Tier 2 on the way here for Godwheat. Watchdog in the middle of the map. It's probably going to be lifted for a scout, but instead it's discovered. No, don't walk into the Pariah with your Eidolon. Oh, God. Well, he's able to nuke down one of the Pariahs anyway, courtesy of that armor end. It really helps out the Cyprian in particular. The Eidolon also does a bit more damage, but just getting nuked right about now with all those Eidolons. Godwheat feeling like an eraser, walking through the map and doing that. Oh my god. Well, there goes the Anseal. Unfortunately, the Hurakan was still playing bodyguard on that shot from the engram. Now we're going to see a little bit of a different story as some units come on back from their exploration earlier. The Pariahs landing on them. The Hurakan not even able to connect for the armor end, and all of a sudden the Eidolons are struggling a lot more to deal with something like this. They might deal with the front line, but at the end of the day, army gets cleaned up, and we still are on 3 bases eco here for our Protoss player. A little bit undersaturated compared to his opponent. 4th base waiting to saturate here. Looks like we made it off center, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. Peeling off the workers for the Atlas. Gonna go ahead and add some more production where that came from. Sycophant, Pariah, and Architect. I really rate the Architect into Eidolon comps. Feels like people are rediscovering it. A lot of minerals in the bank, so Sausage will go ahead and expand. Should be making more workers. Aquifer on the geysers. He wants to upgrade his Vespian income in a big way. This also looks off-center, but maybe the town center marker is misplaced. Hard to say. I haven't played on this map yet. Oh. There are these like gas-only bases, which are interesting. I wonder, maybe you could probably add a couple extra ridges or something, but also could end up being overdetermined. Yeah, he knows. There you go. Now you just got to do that here. SG is a Terran player, so anytime you see anything on this map that looks Terran Imba, just let us know. He's clearly going to design it for his own race, you know what I mean? What's up, Aquarist Gamer? Welcome, welcome. Right about now, Sausage is trying to set up for a soft little movement throughout the map. It's not a concentrated attack. He definitely can't handle that. His army is still very small. But these kinds of choke points can be active for him. His Charlatan is adding a lot of damage multiplication here, but the problem is there's so many Hurakans. And they will help the Eidolons deal with that front line. Sausage needs to pull his army back. He needs to pull his army back into a defensive posture as reinforcements are lumbering through. The Architects under fire here in a moment as the last of the Hurakans are dealt with. Maybe that's going to be a trade over, but there's no detection here for Godwheat. He can't deal with that witness. Instead, he's just going to try to muscle through and punch through those Architects, but that was not necessarily the most cost-efficient way to do it. And kind of resetting the army count, but it feels like an even trade for both players right now. We are on an extra base here for our Terran. He can saturate that at any time. Still not great saturation, it feels like, for a lot of these bases. Looks like he's fixed that up here on this side for our Protoss, but not great on the 4th base. And obviously 25 plus workers to the better. adding gateways here. I think he knows he just needs to be able to throw units at the problem. Zealots are good for that, as ever. Another unitary union for more architects. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Aquarist. Yeah, having a good time. Gotta come play multiplayer? Hell yeah, brother. Discord server is chock full. We're actually pretty close to 1,000 members, which is wild to think about. Like, earlier this year, I think we were at, like, 500. I think we hit 500 earlier this year. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and see if that statistic is even tracked anywhere, but... Either way, we got a ridiculous amount of growth. I think we're on track to cross 1,000 by next month or something like that. We're at just about 900 right now. Oh. We'll find out. Steady growth. Plus, we're making the game better all the time, so very, very cool. I love the little emplacements of sentinels. Just make it a little bit hard to push on through. Ah, stop doing that. Moving it off center. At least this one was placed correctly. No town center marker on that one, though. Ironically, it's like when there's a town center marker, he doesn't want to place it correctly or something. But when there isn't, he'll do it right. Sentinels revealed in the middle of the map. Now the Eidolons, joined by Olympians this time, are going to push on through. These Sentinels are going to supplement the defenses a lot better with the Hyrokans involved. And there's an Autocrat in the play. We are going to see Reclamation come through. It is kind of near to the front line. Not very many pariahs or even zealots with this army anymore. Oh no! They've decided to take the middle path. Spoiler, that was not the right way. Yeah, it feels like we're very close to sausage running dry here. I love the idea of adding the Mine Tyrants. When you already have pariahs, you can really, really adequately buff them up. Or you can do it for the Architects, slowly take some of the units in the middle. That decloaks the Eidolons. Also makes them try to revive their own units again instead of yours with the Autocrats. Trying to take some pot shots at him. This fort base under duress, under attack. One of the Autocrats does end up going down. Is that the only one in the fight? No, we got a couple more off here in the back. Not yet being activated. And yeah, the Architects are indeed going to be the target of the Malefactor. They need to cycle back towards the static defenses. 5 Zealots just got queued up, but we have almost nothing else coming for our Protoss player, and one of his Architects just walks into death. It's too much. Godwheat muscles him down. GG has to be called, and, well, Godwheat was kind of leaning from the front that whole game, but really, we at least got to look at the map. And unfortunately for our Peruvian Protoss, there will be no victory for South America today, unless the next map goes his way, because we do have a second map between these two on a different matchup, a different battleground, I should say. Rip Sausage and rip Art of Turtles channel points. All right, Martyr's Ground it is. We are going back to the well. Got stuck on mid. Yep, exactly. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. Spare change, anyone? Sausage in the top left is our Celadon Protoss, and Godwheat in the bottom right is our... Ooh. Burnt Umber? Oh, it's Mahogany. Burnt Umber is way darker. Mahogany Terran. There you go. That's a nice little color there. He's going to go bio again. See what Sausage is angling. It looks like a gateway, judging by his lack of Vespian harvesting. It's not a lattice opener, so get a chance to see what's going on here. You guys have about a minute left to Gamba, if you even have anything to Gamba. We've seen a lot of Martyr's Ground today. I feel like the natural has that unfortunate problem of having the gas in the middle of the mineral nodes, which makes mineral wandering much more inefficient. And again, I did observe like the potential difficulty with trying to scale up and grab a fourth base, but overall, I think this is an acceptable map if those issues are looked at, particularly the natural minerals being split by the gas. Feels a bit Unsanitary. Hope you guys have been enjoying the casts. If you want to support us, you can go to streamlabs.com/pronago. Give you a link directly to my PayPal account. Can you believe that? I fight winner next. Yes, Kasuga. Ah, this is Godwheat's last game. Hey, maybe the Kasuga sausage games were good as well. I didn't get those submitted, so I do not know. It is just a 3-gate opener here for Sausage. Normally, he goes for a more teched-out opener. He also does like his expands a little bit more, I feel like, than what he's showing right now. So it looks like Sausage is like, I'm just gonna kill him. I'm gonna make units and kill him. Gotta wait way too early on that Mason, so he's not gonna have his. Yeah, what is this actually? Is he frauding? Is he pretending? Why would you go for the sieve in this situation? That's what I wonder. All right, there's the Nexus, 3rd gate. Gonna finish up here in a moment. Ministry is indeed coming up. He's got a lot of Vespene in the bank, so he's going to use it for early Cyprians. Doesn't feel like a super optimized build. 4 Dracodons can micro versus the Hurricans. We actually saw Solstice do it with 3. And Godweed is not as on the ball as he was in that game anyway. He's going to stim after, but his Hurricans are already just about dead. The 4th Dracodon going to add so much DPS here. Godweed, my man, where is your military? And why is it on the floor? Now he's got to pull the boys. This is the second time he's going to end up having his ministry forced to cancel or something like that. Now Sausage is going to try to force the issue, it looks like. The 1 Huracan dealt with immediately. Cyprians do work out pretty well versus Dracodons, but not when they can be one-shot. Oh, not quite able to one-shot them. Look, they live with 5 health. Yeah, this looks like it's a wrap, boys. I think we got sent in a rush. We don't get sent in rushes like this very much. Like, we see them in tournament games because they're tournament games. We cast them anyway. But I feel like people don't always submit stuff like this, so that's a funny one. Adding in 2 Hierophants as well. Well, he's slowly pushing them back, but he's lost so many workers. He's going to run out of steam. Spawn camping. Godweed says it. GG. Well, a 1-to-1 set between those two. Who would have guessed? I don't know if they were any other games played, of course, but now, you know, that was the game that you... Oops, I put the wrong thing in there. I keep doing that. That was the game where you could have bet on Sausage, Arta Turtle. Put all your life savings into Sausage there. That would have worked out. All right, let's go ahead and find our next victims. I mean, replace him. All right,
This individual is a fraud.
I appreciate the sub, Aquarus Gamer. You're on my forehead now. That's how that works. Thank you very much for the support. Got 2 subs today. Homies. Homie time. All right, I'm looking into a matchup that I would like to see. We're going back to a different era. We've got Vilius as Terran, and we've got Grass Eater coming in as Zerg, and we're going to play some TVZ. Or I guess ZVT in this case, if I'm going by who I think will take it. Oh yeah, and we get to play on Brainstorm, dude. I haven't actually seen this map in so long. Get your Gamba on if you so desire as we get into this exciting matchup. Vilius in the top right as our Alice Blue Terran player, and Grass Eater in the bottom left as our green Zerg player. Suffered a crushing defeat from Ziki, but honestly, he's a pretty cool guy. And he knows the game's matchup. He knows the game in terms of the units. He's played a lot. Vilius going to go ahead and start setting up what looks to be like a forward wall over here with his bio play. And ain't that just interesting? Ain't that just something? I've been doing a lot of shout-outs to our viewers on Twitch, but also shout-out to the people watching on YouTube as well. Appreciate you checking us out. If you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, a good idea to do so. YouTube.com/Chronogo. Same as the Twitch channel. I upload daily casts, and yes, they are clipped from this stream, but not everybody sees every game on the stream, so might see some gems that you didn't see before. Pool coming up about halfway through, and we obviously have that second stockade just about done, so that's going to be an interesting little setup here. Stimming across multiple times. You can let it rock for a little bit. You don't have to double stim. Oh man, he's really going at it. It's not like it overloads the stack, you know what I mean? It just overwrites it entirely, so. He's really stimming. He could have stimmed twice and been in the same position. So he's cut his health quite a bit. And here we go. Diving in just in time to get maybe a little bit of damage dealt with his first Maverick. Running behind the Vespene. It's a good choice. Oh no. Oh, tried to get the kill. He was 3 shots away though. A little bit of lost mining time on the Vespene. Can be significant, but still at 100 in the bank anyway, so. If we're going to see another Larvosk or we're going to see a pool upgrade, we're probably going to see it at around the same time anyway. A lot of workers coming in after. So we call this spot on the map the Brain Drain. It's when you see a lot of units just kind of walk into death. And it looks like this is going to be no exception. Well, he only ends up killing 3 Zeths, forcing a stem on all those Mavs. Vestry for healing. Gonna circumvent the damage that you can be dealt there. Worker count pretty even for this stage of the game. We are going to get that second Larvosk, and well, the Zeths are actually going to wrap around and go after a Maverick. Technically, trading 2 Zeths for a Maverick is double efficiency, if you can believe it. Grass Eater going to go ahead and eat these treasuries for breakfast. Looks like he might be setting up for the Lyralisk. Not entirely sure if he's going to double upgrade his pool. Honestly, I think Vornath into Lakis is really good versus Bio. Probably a little bit steadier as well. And sometimes you do want the Calculator Lake just to get Calculisks out, those flying units that deal the line trace damage. Not necessarily for army fights, although they can be useful there, but it's also really good for harassment options in the early game. Anchor finishes up, and the Zethicores are going to have to try to run by it. Those guys were not stimmed. So the Zeths will end up escaping and scouting out what's happening. They're going to go after the Covenant there. Unlikely to force a cancel here, though. Yeah. Barely able to do enough damage. Has a good amount of armor, as you can see. And it is 350 gas, so, you know. It would kind of suck if it had less armor. No expansion just yet for either player, but Grass Eater definitely can think about that soon. He's got his Quas marching across, so one Zeth for scouting the obvious attack path through the Brain Drain, through the middle. It ain't made of glass. What are you trying to say? Glass Eater? That sounds like a monster in some kind of Souls-like game. Or maybe a boss. The Glass Eater. Savant's leading the charge. There's no lake is in sight. How will Grass Eater deal with Savants? He's got Vorvs. He's got a nice little surround with the range units coming in. He's actually going to pinch off some reinforcements with those. Pretty good. Oh yeah, that's really good actually. Vilius now has to kind of cycle away from the maw of the Zerg. Deploying on the top of the ramp. Even more range. The committal's going to come in a little bit out of sync with the rest of things. And the Quads are stuck behind the temple. Might be enough anyway with that extra armor end. But as the Savants start to scale up in power, it is going to get pretty scary here. Not the most cost-efficient way that army could have been collapsed upon, but good play nonetheless from Grass Eater, resetting the bio count. He's got plenty more Quads where that came from. Not the greatest in terms of resources for the bank if he wanted to try to mass up a bunch of Lyrilisks or something, but I really feel like he needs more frontline. He needs more Vorvs rather than anything else. Second anchor for a reinforced position. We are going to see Grass Eater try to make his way through. Again, the front line just kind of melting right now. Not much of it here. More Savants in the picture. Vilius feels compelled to lift. You just need to let them cool off. If they cool off, it's all over. Force them to clear him out with just Mavericks instead, or you know, unpack the Savants. That would also be a good option. A lot of idle workers Grass Eater can set up for. Call him Gas Eater because he's eating all that gas. Delaying the expansion is definitely good, but I feel like Grass Eater probably needs more workers than this and more tech than this. He can't just rely on pool entirely. Good reaction time from Grass Eater. He'll pounce on these stemmed Mavs and get a little bit of damage dealt. About as cost efficiently as he could. Vilius will now go ahead and retake his base. He didn't need to respect that quite so much. Again, he could have just unpacked the Savants, but he was maybe a bit worried about some kind of psycho follow-up attack that he needed the Savants for, so he's playing it very conservatively, very safe. Starpad on the way. Eidolon's coming up. No detection just yet for Grass Eater. He's going to try to take his third base. Pretty good saturation over here for baseline. He obviously could build even more workers to fully saturate if he wanted to, but it's not strictly necessary at this stage of the game.
We are Legion!
What up, Shambler? Did you know that you're Legion? I tried to increase the size of the overlay so it's not just a really tiny piece of text there. Sorry about that. Aromavirus! Okay, Nicholas. Aroma Nicholas. Savants are going to push up over here, see what they can do there. A lot of extra stockades have been made in this game. Vilius really committing to that tier 1 bio. And with just Savant, he wants to try to duel with this army. Now, without Vorvs, it's going to be a lot more costly, I feel like, for Grass Eater to deal with this, but yeah. He will eventually deal with it. And I do think that was a blunder from Vilius, if we're going to use chess terminology here. Ah. I haven't seen Agroliths in a while.
Zerg here.
You sounded the Zerg here alarm, but it was slightly off the side. Now we know. Not that emoji. Wouldn't attack into that personally, not without some Lakes. Grass Eater really doesn't feel like making anything other than, I guess, pool units upgraded and tier 2. That's it. That's all he wants. Trying to do a run by in here. That anchor is empty. Oh no, not the ant seal. Still no tier 2 from him, even though he has the gas. Wants to make 27 Vorvs instead. No! Grass Eater! Beware! Never mind, just attack. Oh! Oh! No! Oh. It's so scary. Surely Vilius can't hold on versus this many Zerg. He's got a lot of Savants, though. Oh, okay. Burrow is interesting. Then he unburrows and goes after him. That's going to be a brutal hold on the brain drain, but the Vorv count is really high, so don't underestimate this Zerg army. Zerg here is definitely true. The Ant Seal's drained of its energy. Oh, every time a unit dies, though, it gets 5 more. So it actually was shielding perpetually on that situation. That's deadly. Wild scenes, all right. Maybe we should have underestimated that Zerg army. With so much money, no tier 2, no Zorkish Shroud, no Bactylisks even, which would have been all right on the high ground there. Gonna take a 4th base, gonna take a 5th base, and he's gonna make more Vorvs. Kind of reminds me of when I was going quaz only versus players, and I had to finally GG after like a 30-minute game because the guy I was playing against finally built wyverns, and I couldn't beat them with only quaz. And afterwards, he was complaining about the game, like, why couldn't I win? That was disgusting. It's like, skill issue. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what to tell you, dude. There's 13 stockades. This man is committed. Quarry coming up. Multiple quarries. I guess he's got redundancy. Veek was saying you can do this for redundancy. I don't know if that's necessary. Oh, that's cute. He keeps this treasury alive so that he doesn't have to make a hatch. But he still opens up a bigger path for his ground army. 14 Ovaleths. Okay, interesting choice. Now, this high ground could just be overwhelmed immediately. I mean, I know it's like only Zethvorv. You can make this work. This is a possibility. Good grief. The stockade count getting up there. Treasury starting to add up. Oh. He's going to Doom Drop Circuits, I guess? That's pretty cute, actually. If he can do it inside, like, here. All the way up here. If he can somehow get there, that would be good. Now this army's going to just smash the Zerg, I feel like. There's too many Savants. Maybe if they're all deployed, it would be a different story, but the Clerics are here to heal and boost armor, and... No! Oh, God. Oh, the humanity. Don't worry, those were only minerals. Kill him. Brutality. All right, yeah, So he has 14 Ovoleths is what he made earlier. So he's got 10 of them loaded up right now. We need to see. Well, he should bring Agroleths with the fight so that he can make more on the location. That's what I would do. Like, he's at like stage 2 of the, like, you know that meme where it's like the Giga Brain? It starts off with like a normal brain, and then it's like an enhanced brain, and then a galactic brain, and then a godlike brain. He's at like enhanced brain, or maybe this is galactic brain, but the godlike brain is bringing the Agroleths for sure, and also having tier 2 so you can Nidus. You know what I mean? That's the combo. What are you doing with the Agroleths? He's got 12 of them. All right, the Zerg army is going to very cost-efficiently try to distract as the Ovoleths start to fly over. He's thinking about where he wants to go. He needs to just make a spot. Oh no! There we go. Now, quick, turn them into Circuit. Oh, she. Unloaded a couple more over here. He's still got one more in there. I really feel like this could have been executed better. I don't think this is going to get much damage, to be honest with you guys. I was really excited for that, but it did end up being a bit underwhelming, didn't it? I like his spirit. Should have been combined with the army attack. Yeah. His army was just in the middle of the map doing nothing. Now he's going to have to deal with all these savants down south. Make tier 2 grass. You've got so much money. Oh, yeah. Make tier 3, actually. I didn't even see he had tier 2. Okay. Oh. Well, this is going to work out a lot better. He just needs to make mass Circuith. Mass Scorchrith, and then use Iroleths. Yeah. This base doesn't really matter. He's got workers he's not using up here in the top left. Kill the temple. It's in the way. Tear down the sacred walls. The Savants are actually not handling the Lyrilusk amount very well, with the cliff advantage in particular. The Vorvs have yet to be activated, by the way. Ah, the Ant-Seal finally goes down. It absorbed so much damage. Oh no, you killed my base. Whatever will I do? Come on, Grass. Round 2. Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say he needs to upgrade him. That'll be best. He lost an Ovoleth earlier. Oh, he's gonna go Sovril. He doesn't need tier 3 for that, but that's all right. Yeah. Tier 2 is complete for Vilius, who's just like, he's party to this absurdity. Oh no. The Mason got away at least. Mason, it's me, Vorvman. I'm actually Scorchrith Man. Okay, dog, but you have 8 range. You ever think of that? You're also reducing DPS of enemy. You ever think of that? All right. Our 13 Scortriths are on the way. And just in time, too. This grass has no military. Actually, he could probably still beat this army by using the... I don't know, dude. All I'm seeing here is Savant OP. Need nerf. Secret agent has been found. No longer secret. Some Protaphlors are out. He's gonna have a hard time actually killing this army. It's just Savant mono comp, by the way. Hi. There you go. You can have that. Bro, you broke my sound with this. If there was one Khaz'trith, dude. Not quite able to kill the Savant, unfortunately. Finally, he makes the Zorkish Shroud, dude. Holy shit. He evolved all of these static offense, but none of his static defense. You know? Oh, there goes the Covenant. It's over. He never lifted off these structures, so they just died. No! Oh. Yeah, I guess that worked. What the fuck? This guy's still going! No, the Atlas! Oh! I can't believe that happened, dude. Vilius is in the dumps. How's he gonna do anything here? Oh, oh. That is so stupid. Yeah. You know what? You might be right about that, buddy. You might be correct. Yeah, what's up, Delta and Arbus? Oh, he's not making Lakes, he's making Zoryus? What the fuck is he gonna use those for? They're just gonna explode. No, you should have made Lakes! Ah, Jesus. He's hoping for the Rilla Road Course. He could have made those from Larva. Yeah, you should unload that one, load that one, and turn it into a Spraith. 4 Mavericks in there. Dude, what is happening? Okay, GG. What a game, dude. What a game. GG. Grass Eater takes the match. I was not expecting that one, guys. That was 23 or whatever, 24 minutes of absolute absurdity. Now I'm really wondering, you know, there's 3 more replays between Grass Eater and Vilius, but I'm just gonna go ahead and assume they're not gonna be as good as that one. I gotta scroll up and find a replay I don't think I grabbed, actually. An Atacama, interesting. All right, we have some Ziki replays that I forgot to grab earlier, so let's take a look at those real quick. On the 22nd. Obviously, we did just cast Ziki at the beginning of the stream going up against Smarty Cakes, but I'm interested in this matchup as well. All right, our next set will be Ziki versus the Shambler, 2 games, ZVZ. I'll go ahead and get you guys started on the predictions over on Twitch, and we'll get into our game. Ziki in the top left is our pumpkin. No, just regular orange Zerg, and the Shambler in the bottom right is our Russian green Zerg. Hobbs is dog-lived. Welcome, welcome. This feels like it should be, obviously, in Ziki's favor. We have seen one ZVZ earlier in the day, Shambler versus Ziki, or not, earlier in the time that Ziki was playing, that's for sure. So, since then, he's definitely practiced a lot more. This is just played a few days ago. What's up, Neuchern? Grass was fearless and didn't even think for a second about recalling this. Yeah, nope, not even one time. And thus a legend is born. Yeah, somebody share that game to Lundier. That's going on the YouTube channel in like 2 weeks. You guys saw it here first, early access. Neuchern, by the way, Mr. Carlisto Pepito Yumatekar is Pingalo Clader, aka Nicholas. So he has like 50 usernames, sort of like Godwheat. Better player than Godwheat, though. Shambler with the delayed pool for the faster Larvosk. Obviously, Ziki is the inverse. He usually goes for that second Larvosk, although this time he's not harvesting with 4 workers on gas. That's kind of interesting. By the way, both of our matches here are going to be on Crisis Vector. Seems like ZVZ Ziki likes to get the gas a little bit later, just so that he has access to the a little bit more minerals for workers and such, I suppose. Godwheat roasted live. Well, I did get to cast some of his games earlier today, so it's all fair. You know, he didn't even donate for those games to be casted. I just casted them out of the goodness of my heart. So, what can I say? That's the cost. Now, these two Zeths probably won't be able to heckle the worker line too much, or the Larvosks themselves. Oh, he might be able to get a kill, though. Yeah, all right. Very rarely does that kind of thing work in Cosmonarchy's history, so it's always exciting when you get a kill. And always good to see the pro players. Oh my god, he's actually going to get out. That is insult to injury, right? Like, that probably doesn't matter that much. But we'll see if he can get a scout in later. That's really good. Showing us what's up. Hydrathen is the follow-up here for Ziki. He's made his own pairs of quads, and the Zeth still causing some shenanigans. Scouts the move out. So I suppose it is actually impactful. It's going to be a Vornath for Shambler. Oh, the one Zeth is going in. It gets a second worker kill, dude. No way. That actually is the only difference between these two players, by the way, so that is going to be significant. And now Zeke will muscle down the ramp with his own quads. He's not stutter stepping super efficiently, but it's still working out for him. Just has a superior count over here. And Zeke actually has his Hydras then done with a bunch of Zeths out, so I think he's going to go Hydras next. Yep, sure is. They are on even larva. It's about to be Shambler favored, as he has a Larvosk on the way. But the army count definitely in favor of his opponent. He's going to start making some Vorvs. Look, he's even hiding some eggs inside the trees and such. Isn't that cute? Rather than go for a extra bit of larva inside the main base, Zeke is going to expand. Only a couple of Vorvs here. Honestly, it doesn't really feel like the Hydras are going to be necessary. Let's see how the fight plays out, though. There were only 4 Vorvs made. Most of them are going down here pretty soon. Yep, there's only one left. Has to muscle back. He's got quads on the ramp, so maybe we will end up seeing the Hydras actuate. Sacrificial Zeths confirm what's up. Shambler making a pair of Naths. It's going to be a while before he can afford the Apex node, so I wonder what the Naths are actually for. He's actually not harvesting Vespene at all right now. Maybe it's just to force some kind of anti-air back at home. We got the 2 Hydras. His own Hydra is going to come up here and try to help him crowbar his way into this position. Shambler actually does need to respect that. 1 Hydra getting got early on, though. Another one should be bought down. No, nice. Good targeting. Zeke's just going to continue developing his economy, though, and that does include a little bit of extra oomph there. 2 Hydras on standby will be able to defend the natural from Nath harass. Shambler wasn't even really paying too close attention to his Nath, so he's going to end up losing him and has to just leave with the scout. Obviously, he knows the Den was there, but he doesn't see any other tech, and the Shroud is now going to be put down, ironically, in the Shroud, in the Fog of War. Shambler not aware of that. This already looks like a winning position here for Zeke. However, of course, this amount of Zerg units from Shambler can force himself out, and then he can try to come back later on in the game. But he's definitely at a deficit right now. Workers, bases, and tech. Going to use his Rilla Rokors to sort of dive out and force the issue. It looks like Zeke's just going to abandon the position, though. Had an opportunity to maybe bop that Nath, but doesn't take it. And the presence of air units has forced some anti-air defenses, so there is that as well. Although that might be a problem for Shambler, since he does like his calcs. Zeke going for his Circuit. He's got his Hydras all over the place. Looks like he wants to take a 3rd base as the opposing army moves across. If Shambler wastes his army movement, you know, going over to that 12 o'clock, which it looks like he might. Just 1 Zeth, actually. But he's going to scout the hatch, and that might trigger him to attack that instead. But this is going to allow Zeke elsewhere access onto the map. He has enough Hydras that this is a really scary position for him. Oh, yeah. There's way too many Hydras here. Now, Zeke doesn't quite seem to know that. He's cycling back when he could have just probably A-moved and won with a little bit of stutter stepping. And the hatch is slowly being focused down. It will turn into a Droleth, which will be killed. It was canceled, so no real harm done there. Behind this, Shambler's taking his own expansion. He's got a lot of Zeths. He's got a lot of Vorvs. We don't have reveal that it is going to be a Shroud Tech switch, but 2 Zorius are on the way. He's got a lot of minerals, Zeke does. He's going to spend down that mineral bank on even more Zorius. Wouldn't mind some Izira cores here. Re-expanding towards 12 o'clock. Kind of spreading out for a little bit of a Zeth run by, it looks like, as more of them are on the way. Navigating around, confirming where the army movement is. Shambler only knows that the low ground 3rd is not being taken right now. He has no confirmation about 12 o'clock being retaken or not, but he can assume so, I think. Calculisks are on the way. This Spraith is poorly placed. It could be right over here. It would be fine. But yeah, Shambler going to be attempting to use the calcs to bail himself out. Ziki may have noticed that with his Zeth run by. Already getting some more worker damage. Yeah, this is a problem. I don't know where Shambler's reaction time is, but he's only got Rilla Rokors over here, which that's actually do deal with pretty well. So that's a lot more damage dealt. Shambler was kind of on even ground for a while. Oh, Ziki's going for the... I see what he's doing. Ziki's going to go for the Ulgorg and then make a bunch of Ultra Cores on Tier 1. He did also make 10 pairs of Naths, I suppose, to deal with the air threat. Although he does have Hydras, so feels a little bit unnecessary. A lot of them are being started here by Shambler as well. He does not have the Vespene income right now to properly turn them all into Calculisks, but that would be a pretty deadly combo. Obviously, the Ultra Cores kind of ignore that with their armor, but it'll be some time before the Ulgorg is finished and he has enough money to spike up there, but he's adding a Spraith into his third base to get a little bit more on the mineral saturation over here, particularly with that slowdown. Naths and Calcs on the way over to that other base. The Spraith is not quite done yet, so could actually be nuked by the Nathicores. Good retargeting there from Ziki. And there's only the one Calculus for the anti-air stack yet. Shambler should have retreated immediately. I don't know why he decided he would try to fight that. There was no hope. There was way more on the side of Shambler's opponent here. And even then, with the Calculus A-moving, not the best choice there. He has no idea, but Ultra Cores are about to hit. He hasn't even seen the Zorius yet. 4 of them started. More workers behind that to saturate this extra base. Ziki in complete control of this game. Third base only now halfway complete by the Shambler. Itching for a fight, these Nathicores patrolling around. Looks like a ground attack towards that 11 o'clock, or 12 o'clock rather, will be fomenting soon, but Ziki can kind of just attack move here. He's probably going to want to respond to this with some of his army, but attempted snipe. When Shambler sees Ultra Cores, he should probably honestly just leave, but it's just unkillable, you know what I mean? Like, with only pool units, 12 more Hydras on the way. Killed a decent number of workers, I guess, but again, this is all Pyrrhic. The A-move is going to come in here. The Nathicores are still at large, I believe, right? Or no, maybe they got cleaned up earlier. No, never mind. They are still here. So when Ziki remembers those, he can use them versus the Calcs if the Hydras are not sufficient. I think there's a good chance that they are. But the Naths are en route. And the Calcs are actually out of sync with the others. Trying to see if he can defend his Calculusks from those Nathicores. So far, so good, but Shambler has no defense against the Ultra Cores. Nothing. There's nothing he can do. Ultras are absolutely cracked in these kinds of fights. Silly opening. Cost me the game. No GG ever from Shambler. Who would have thunk it? What's up, Spartan175 Gamer? Usually installation maps don't have buildings. Shambler typing to Ziki would be especially comical. Well, it just happened, so I hope you're laughing, buddy. Yeah, the installation tile set has been, let's just say, we're kind of legends over here. I don't know what to tell you, man. We just, we surpass normal limitations of the engine. We're playing Cosmonarchy, not Starcraft 1. It's a different game. It's a different story. Feel free to use your channel points to gamble on the next game, to bet responsibly with those channel points. It's not real money, so you can bet as irresponsibly as you like. We're going into game 2 between these two players. Same map. Get to look at that lovely situation again. Biliest was Grass Eater Delta, so they have faced off before. Very silly stuff for sure. Ziki in the top left is our green Zerg, and Shambler in the bottom right is once again our Russian green Zerg. So light versus dark here, which is pretty fitting. As you can see, it's not actually technically the installation tile set. This is the Badlands tile set, and we've modded the installation tiles into them. So you start off outside the facility, and then you enter it. Very thematic, very cool.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
Thank you for the follow, sir. Do appreciate it. 12 p.m. EDT or 6 p.m. CET, whichever time zone is easier for you to translate that, is when we go live during the week. On Friday, we have a show match between Ziki from Hungary, Wolfix from Poland, and Oya from Sweden. All StarCraft 1 pros playing Cosmonarchy. That'll be a good time. I'm trying to remember the context of the voice clip I used for the follow alert. There's some guy who has a YouTube video or a short or whatever where he's just going, "Is that a fucking crow? Ma!" And of course I just cut it. So the k from crow is in front of the, I replaced the M from ma. So it's just caw, and it sounds very unhinged, right? It's like you just see a crow and you decide to start yelling about it. You know what I mean? So you start yelling caw. That is my life. That is what I do. I yell caw at crows. That's my personality. I don't know what else to tell you guys. But good clip. Good sound clip. Thanks to whoever sent me that. Might have been 3Crow. Might have been Lucy. Might have been one of the other OGs back in the day. Hatch first for Ziki into pool. Very interesting choice, because he is going to need some static defense. This is going to be a Larvosk. This is going to be a Circuith. And Shambler has gone for his patented Larvosk pool Larvosk. So it is actually going to hit slower, right? If this met a 6 pool or even like an 8 pool, which is a bit more standard if it's like pool first, right? Then that would be a situation where you'd be in maybe a little bit more of a scary spot. You go hatch into pool into the Circuith, but your Circuith would probably not even get down first. But that's something that we might need to see in action to decide. 8 Quas versus 10 Zeths. It's always going to come up Quas. They are on an attack move position as well. Ziki's reaction time not quite on point as it normally is, so he's going to lose the first 4. And then see if he can maybe pinch off to try to go for a counter push, but there are more Quas coming, so he's just going to fall back home. Wants to play it safe, knows he's got the economic advantage here if he can hold. Man, so many people tell us to get Artosis on. We were actually talking about that earlier. I don't think Artosis is too interested. I think he's more interested in StarCraft 1 only, you know what I mean? Like, he casts StarCraft 2 as well, but... Alright, trying to dance around here with the workers. The Quas count a little bit too low to make magic happen. The Zeths engage in the middle of the map to just disrupt this flow of reinforcements. And I think Ziki is totally fine now. 3 worker lead, hatch up at the natural. Vornath coming, and Shambler just queues up some more Quas. So it looks like he still wants to try to bust, but I feel like the longer this goes on, the harder it is for him to do that. He has no extra tech, only now harvesting Vespene again. Can't even upgrade his 3rd Kagrin into a Larvosk, so I think Ziki's going to be able to swing this one. It's a good build to have in your pocket. This is much better engagement for Shambler, by the way. Ziki not quite respecting the concave there. Have to cycle back. He can make some Vorvs pretty soon, but he is going to need the money for it. Just going to add another Kagrin. A bit of a sloppier game from Ziki this time around. I would instantly donate for that. I mean, I can invite him. I don't think he'll say yes, but I'll let you guys know what he says. Diving onto that Kagrin before it finishes. That's a good choice for Shambler's targeting. Reinforcements are coming in, and this other Circuith is slamming away, picking off these Quas one by one. Talking about 600 damage. Over 10 Quas. Killed by itself. And Ziki rushing up to that Kalkir Lake. No tech development yet for Shambler. Superior Quas count over here for Ziki, so the defender will have the advantage. I guess we could probably cycle them out, at least on the mini-map for you guys, if that's a little bit better there, yellow. Does end up getting confusing over here, though, doesn't it? Maybe we won't do that. All right, well, there's plenty of defense at home for those 8 quas. On the other side, does Shambler have enough to hold on versus what Zeki's cooking? If Zeki comes in with just the quas, I think he'll be fine. If Zeki starts to make the Lyrilisks on the front gates and actually gets them up, that would be a very different story. Shambler making 3 Ovoleths. Zeki just taking the advantage of Shambler's lackadaisical setup here. Should be a bit costly for Shambler. I don't think that he's going to be able to get out for free, but if he's going to try to Doom Drop, that could definitely work out. He's actually going to clear these quads on the way out, though. Zeki not going to be played for a fool just yet. All right, loading them up. It's all Zeths, so this is going to be 18 Zethrakors, probably hitting the main base, which does not have any defenses. A couple of quas are here, like token quas. Oh, he's actually going to catch the Ovoleths moving out, though. Oh, does he actually pop one? That's brutal. Just finding out is brutal enough with a player like Zeki, but he actually just straight up kills one with the Zeths in it. I think the play there is to unload the one that's under attack, just so that the Zeths run cover for it, but that is really rough. He's just going to unload him now and forget about it. The jig is up. Go for a surround, go for a frontal attack, bring the Ovoleths in case you need to elevator. Strategy scouted. He's seen you. And of course, for those ground fights, the Lyrilisks are going to bounce quite well. There's going to be enough of them here that it's not going to be something that superior quas count can deal with. Circuit for anti-drop, I love it. And drill onto the units while the Zeths are trying to attack the circuit as well if they try to go after that. A lot more quas where that came from. Natural only now coming up here for Shambler. Once again behind the 8-ball economically. Extra Kagrin inside the mineral line. This one was probably going to be a Larvosk at some point. We'll see if he decides to turn it into one. Yep, it does. Lyrilisks are going to come out and start really putting down the hurt onto these quas. Calcure Lake only not started for Shambler. His Vornath pool was very late. Zeki's got a lot of money in the bank, by the way. He's just going to cycle back here, but eventually he's going to need to think about different tech, think about extra units, maybe another base. Trying to use the superior range of the Lyrilusk against itself by having Zeki just kind of walk in. The burrows are going to have to be respected here. Zeki wants to keep on keeping on with the fights, which it looks like he is all he wants right now. Making himself an Ovoleth so he doesn't get got by that in the future, but this army will eventually be dealt with, and it's just Zeths behind it, turning into Vorvs. It's only Zeth Vorv. There are no quas, not even any in production. Shambler going to hold on with 12 pairs of Rillarokors instead. He wants to try to feint him out. Yeah, the fake with the Ovoleths is a good one. Now the Zeth Vorv can try to surround the army. Third base and fourth base happening at the same time here. How cost efficient can Zeki be in this situation? How many Zeths and Vorvs can he kill on the way out? Because this army should be spoken for. He's doing a great job cycling him away from the middle of the map because that's where the rest of the army is moving out from. A lot of Vorvs of his own with some quas. And finally, the last of the units off to the side will fall. Plenty of Rillarokors, though. Might be a little bit difficult for him. Does he want to try to sandwich what was already sent out? Who flanks the flankers? Hatrosk will not be canceled. I don't think it's a mistake, though. There's plenty of Lyras here and plenty of Quas. He's going to force his opponent's army to stay. For the cost of 300 minerals, he ends up clearing out way more than that of Zeth Vorv. And remember, he's got the superior worker count. He's got the other base over here anyway. Shambler will walk away thinking he's done what he needed to do. To an extent, you can say he's right, but... Now he's going to cycle up and see what's going on. Zeki making some calculusks. The 4 of them are flying across the map to do untold amounts of damage, perhaps, perchance. There are 4 Nathricors and 3 more pairs coming, so Shambler's actually pretty well insulated. He's not going to be able to force the cancel on this hatch, though. Not quite going to be able to happen. Does end up popping the circuit, at least. Now he's got a lot of drops coming in. One of these is empty, though, the one in the lead. Can he outmaneuver Zeke? That's the question. 4th base back online. The Calculus starting to wreak havoc, denying all of the harvesting from the Vespene. 5 worker kills. Shambler's Nathricor is taking a beating as well, only leaving with 5 after having 10. Drop is unloaded in the main base, but Shambler's not quite using it just yet. He's responding to the attack. He could be really heavily dismantling his opponent's attention, but only now does he do it. And only now do the Zethricor's attack, striking at those Larvosks. His own Zeths are going to defend him. Can he break through the front? We looked away, and it was a much bloodier melee, but the Rillarocors have only now popped out of the eggs. All the other ones were taken out, and Zeke's got more Vorbs where that came from, trickling in to debuff those static defense structures. That's exactly what we needed to not see, and the Lyrilisks are still here in force, so you are going to get some splash damage dealt. On the other side, we only had those Larvosks killed, not able to snipe the lake to deny any extra tech. And it feels like Shambler has no recourse anymore. He can't even get his opponent off of his face. But yeah, no GG, no comment. That'll be a wrap here where Zeke will take the game. Sorry to anybody who bet on Shambler there. Okay, all right. We got some really, really nice games casted today. I will never financially recover from this. Yeah, 0. Well, lads, I am, yeah, that was Aquarist ended up taking that one. Taking some money home. Some, you know, it's just a donor diff, you know, subscriber diff. That's how it works. If you subscribe on the channel, that's a wrap. Shout out to Mr. 420 Quickscops as well, who gave us some bits earlier. Pretty epic. Looks like Solstice was doing some more tinkering, so we've got some graphic updates that I've got to do. Just plugging in some new files, no big deal. Yeah, Zeke undefeated on the day of all of the games we've casted from him. He has not lost a single one yet. Thanks, Nicholas. Thank you. Gracias. So looking at our catalog here, today so it looks like in about 1 hour, we're not going to take this one live because I'll be doing the dev stream session during that time. But in about 1 hour, we're going to have our next round of the last opener, Art of Turtle versus Dog-Lived. So tomorrow we'll start off our cast with that. And I believe, let's see. That way we'll be able to decide who's going to face Ayud 64, which we'll try to get scheduled for tomorrow as well, which will be tomorrow evening. Also tomorrow evening, we have Cannoli versus Top Ramen. So we'll be casting a lot of replays that aren't related to the tournament again, because we're only going to have one tournament match between AOT and Dog-Lived tomorrow to cast. And then tomorrow night, we'll have Ayud versus the winner of that match, and then Top Ramen versus Cannoli. We'll play those out tomorrow night, and then that means that on Thursday, we'll be casting those replays. Thursday, we will also be seeing the winner of Ayud's match against Zeke, and the winner of Top Ramen versus Cannoli playing against Ultra. So those are going to be our semi-finals. We'll try to get those played on Thursday so that we can either cast them live on Thursday or cast them another time, because Friday is going to be that show match, and then over the weekend is probably when we'll do the grand finals of the tribunal. So we'll be keeping you guys up to date, and we'll probably do the replay cast of that on like I don't know when we'll actually do that. Maybe Saturday or something like that, even though I don't normally stream on Saturdays. But that is where we are at there. I'm going to take a break for about 10 minutes, and then when I come back, we'll be doing some more work. We're going to be doing some bug fixes. We're going to be doing maybe some map adjustments or map updates for some of the maps that are in the tournament pool right now. We're not going to update them for the tournament, but we're going to update them so that when we do end up playing them again, we'll go ahead and have them ready to go for the next tournament or whatever. And then we're also going to go ahead and do some more work on the Escozi and maybe implement a factional unit as well. I want to implement the Hikaton Madrigal. So I'll try to get all of that done in the time that we have. Thanks for joining us for the stream so far. We did about 3 hours of casting again. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes, like I said. So if you like that kind of technical stuff and watching the development of the game, feel free to. Any donations that come in the between, I'll of course read them out when I get back. And I will see you guys soon.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
What up, homies? Getting back into it here. I only just now sat down, grabbed myself some food. I haven't actually had much of it yet, so you'll probably hear me scraping the bowl a little bit. Gonna be working on some things today. You can see the little list down there in the bottom left. Shouldn't take too long for us to get where we need to go, though. Okay. I was just checking some stuff on the Discord server. So, we do have this Discord link here on Cosmonarchy.com. Very cool. Let's see down here. We fixed a bug earlier that AOT reported, or at least I hope we did. Image ID 1456 is apparently not long enough for its iScript extender anyway. Or its iScript entry, I should say. I reset my computer recently, so things should be moving a little bit faster. Well, we won't know if this actually fixes the issue or not until a bit later, but oh, this one says type 27. Was Arrival the one that we were getting issues with? What? I guess we can just do that, but that seems a bit overkill. Maybe that fixes that issue. No, I guess that's actually all we needed to do for bug fix. I thought I would have to fix that LAN effect one, the permacloak one, but I had already done it before the stream, so. Dusted. Going into some mapping updates next. Oh yeah, we gotta plug in our definition for how the Ziki Grass Eater set went, or Ziki set between these guys went. Thanks. Sometimes it like logs me out, but still remembers that I'm here, so it's really weird. Alright. Battle Spectre was the last map. Knife's Edge was map 2. Acid Test was map 1. The vetoes were Frosted Forest, Mass Destruction, Drunken Crisis. So, by the way, we did get Nicholas to sign up and join us for Weekend War, or Weekend Wage, as it's called. So, that is not so much time left to sign up for that. That's Sunday, the 31st. Keep that in mind, homie. That's going to be a pretty fun time. I think I'm going to quickly adjust some of the neutral stuff here. That should fix up some pathing issues that workers were having when trying to return to those neutral town centers. And this being only one instead of a bunch of stacked ones should be a lot easier for attacking it. Okay. Feel like these are pretty minor tweaks, but adding more minerals to the 2 and 4 o'clock bases I think will make it a little bit better at handling some stuff. This one also does have less money than the StarCraft 1 version because there's a base over here that I decided to remove in favor of having more just more interactivity going on elsewhere, I guess is what I would say. It's like this is now a staging point for an attack. So say this is going to go live on the 31st. I think it was 8 before or 6 or something like that. And we can confirm it by looking at the version we have in the events folder. Yeah, that has 6. All right, very nice. Okay, so I feel like right about now, we are probably all set with the mapping updates to acid test. And I would like to add the Hekaton Madrigal next, so then we're going to finish off the day with some Ascosi Dev. Maybe we can do the Hekaton Vulture too. I kind of forgot about that one. Okay. So the weapon can be marked as implemented just based on that, I think. I know there's going to be like an apollyoid adhesive thing here somewhere. Okay. All right, so that should be fine. Hey, what's up, Bitty B? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think the Madrigal will be good here as it is. Oh, no wonder. That's another aspect of it. It shoots ground units as well and applies a polyioid adhesive to them. I really don't think that the range can be 7. Because that's kind of... It feels like a little bit too much overlap with the... Like the phalanx? If it's too long range? I know it's single target instead, but still. Our... All right, so I feel like with this, we've got something we can work with. We have I actually don't remember where the lobotomy stuff is. We might as well implement that while we're here, though. It says this is implemented, but that's just me not doing it right, I think. Alright, so now we go find some factional entries here for Terran Unit. I know we have some armor, like a generic armor end, or at least we did. I don't know if we still have that now. Oh, I guess we got rid of it. That could be a unit constant, probably. Is this used?
We're getting raided.
Hey, Zeke, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you very much. Working on some stuff for Cosmonarchy right about now. We were casting games earlier. Congrats on your 3-0 over Smarty Cakes. Spoilers to anybody who didn't see that, but Zeke will make it deeper into the tournament, has got himself into the semifinals. A good time. It's a good time. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate your raids always. If you guys haven't checked out Cosmonarchy yet, what are you doing? Can't be sleeping on it. It's a very big overhaul of Starcraft 1. But as Zeke proves, you can play both. You know what I mean? This Friday, we have Zeke playing against Wolfix as Terran and Oya's Protoss. So that'll be interesting. Looking forward to that matchup. And then middle of the week, we have, or middle of September, rather, we have Boneth versus DeWalt. Protoss, best of 9. Well, first, it's, they play all 9 games, actually. So it's not best of 9, but you know. Actually, thinking about it, we should probably go ahead and do a classic. What do we do? Do we have a show match command? I don't think we do. Cool. Now people can just do that if they want it. Art of Turtle is going to be gaming in about a half an hour against Doglived, so that'll be good. I guess what we could do this. All right. I'm not really sure about the Okay. So this is what we were going to go after. And it looks like we have to apply a... We have to apply a player ID, which makes sense. Oh, I see. So we would just do this here. Tartarus. Maybe? Maybe that's what we would do? The fuck? I wasn't expecting that one. They have the right weapon. Okay, so we've got our unit names plugged in. We are going to need to do some work on line. Is that true? That's really weird if that's the case. We'll get back to that in a second. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, we probably need some. I think it's forcing it to use the spider mine weapon right now. Because I have to do some kind of iScript finagling. I might just make it so that the magical turret is an exact copy between the two. Okay, I think that's fine. We got everything set up. .588 is the sprite ID. Yeah, that should basically be everything. I think we have to do 89, 88. One's taken care of there. This one's taken care of there. All right. Yeah, I feel like that should work out just fine, honestly. What is the icon for the piety ward, I wonder? Oh, we need a weapon. Interesting. So I guess for the full benefit here, I would need to go to weapons. I need to go to here. And it's 6, 7, 8. Alright, that seems fine. We just need to jump into the iScript for the lobotomy mine. Oh. We can customize the sound effects and whatnot later, but the main thing I need to take a look at here is the unused 2. Oh, I think I know what happened here. Yeah, we use a different iScript animation for when it's doing the SIG order stuff, basic. That kind of does make sense, thinking of that. All right, we're about ready to test if it works properly. Absolutely pranked. I think we didn't save some files, if I had to guess. Go. Oh shit, he's on fire! Doesn't look like it actually hit for that much damage, or that much time, though. I wonder what's up with that. Oh, of course. Oh, it's not doing the lookup correctly. Do we have like a tutorial? It's not. It's dev time. Yeah, doing a little tiny, teensy bit of refactoring. But I'm also implementing some new units. Refulcrum. Damn right, dude. I like that one. Okay. All right. We're going to have a couple more errors we got to quickly tweak, because I just changed some stuff related to the Olympian. Assuming that is even something that's used, it might not be. I guess it isn't. Wild. Oh, I see. I hard-coded it. Some of these do not seem general. I'm gonna be honest. Classic. All right, I think we have some... Should have some fixes in there for the Tartarus mine. Absolutely incinerated. So if we look at the description of incinerate, 4 damage per second. So 4 damage times 5. 4... Yeah, 4 times 5 should be 20, so that's accurate math. Oh. Annihilated. My scribe fled all the way over here. we can definitely go ahead and mark that one as implemented now. So now we just got to go a step closer. Oh yeah, the Tiangu, that's been in for a little bit. It's pretty neat. Oh. We can't have these be the unit IDs. So we gotta swap these around a little bit here. Tartarus. These are already spoken for, but I did not define them as such here. Hold on. Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Forget how we're doing our button set stuff here, but so that's fixed. Ooh, we got a new link? Now that's interesting. We got, of course, have like a little computer symbol here to indicate a computer replay player. If it's possible to mouse over and indicate that or something, that would be cool as a tooltip. Week 7 here. Nice. Yeah, it logs the version, the time. And it looks like the time is in my local time, which is nice. Like, if I had connected from Europe, it would show me the time 6 hours ahead or whatever, presumably. How did you have to manually upload that one, or is that auto collected? Because that's pretty sick. Local, auto-collected. Yeah, I guess you might want to, like, not... If it's possible to filter for match length, that would be good. Also, you know, filtering out the witnesses so that they're not computers would be good, you know? Obviously, there's all that stuff, too, so... You might want to wait to push if it's going to flood the website with a bunch of test map replays, you know what I mean? And I guess we would still need a manual upload somehow. Also, I'm guessing it's just using... There's no, like, Discord OAuth or whatever, so there's that as well to consider. But still really cool that it, like, we've got something that can be iterated on, right? Which is the main thing. Well, it would be more like, I feel like it might be the other way around. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Because we shouldn't be automatically collecting single player or co-op replays. We should only be collecting competitive mode melee map replays automatically as a baseline. So maybe only melee maps. Yeah. I don't know. There's something to think about there. So it might be that we add a Craig that enables it to begin with. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess we could upload non-competitive mode replays, but like if it was a Brotherhood match or whatever. But that just goes back to like that should be a lobby setting to upload the replay or not, you know, to consider it ranked. Either it's ranked, getting ranked. Yeah, anyone should be able to upload them if they want to, but as for automatically collecting them, that should be something we have very particular controls of, you know? In my opinion. Okay. We can detect if a player leaves the game, but you can actually kill people in like 225 and sometimes, depending on the timing. So I wouldn't We would just say, if somebody leaves, yeah, it's not possible to genuinely kill somebody in 1 minute. So if somebody leaves in 1 minute, that would be one thing. I would also, though, hazard a little bit of some caution, because imagine somebody who is a particular kind of player, an optimizer, and they fuck up some optimization and they just say fuck this and leave the game because they know that, well, that's not going to gut my MMR because it doesn't count. Reverse incentive, right? Like suddenly somebody's going to be like, I'm just going to leave right now because I was 1 second late to the computer. Yeah, or whatever the reason. So we might want to just not bother. If you have a network issue or something like that happens, then we just take care of that, right? That's not that big of a deal. You tank that. You tank that MMR issue. If it's your tech, if it's your equipment. I think it's probably fine to do it that way. If they leave because of a technical issue with the game, maybe you give me access to the server so that I can manually adjust somebody's MMR, or we have a button next to a match that says forgive MMR. I don't know. Cancel MMR gain, whatever. No. Yeah. Sure, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so got our mines, got our vulture. We've got fulcrum. Oh. The Hekaton Vulture is 506. Okay. For the Matador, or no, not the Matador, the Madrigal. Duplicate this one and say Hekaton. Madrigal Hekaton is 504. Yeah. If there's only one player, then we would just yeah. I mean, all the replays we might just wipe anyway later on, right? This is a test after all. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so we've plugged in the buttons. Now we need to, of course, make sure that our grafting stuff is in order here. Go ahead and grab this guy. Go to the end. This is 504, I believe. No, 506. Okay, that's the AI requirements. Handled. Why is it yelling at me? What did I do? I hate Visual Studio. Pretty soon we're going to have Goliath replacement for every faction at this rate. Nicholas. Zergoliath. For the Nidus, I don't actually know. You are Nicholas XD Man. I recognize you. I would know that XD anywhere. Elia record. That's kind of like what the Arhan is. Except the Arhan... No, never mind. The Arhan doesn't have flamethrowers. Did I said anything? Mavalisk. Well, by faction, I meant, like, the sub-factions, right? We still call the different races, which I know is probably confusing to some people. Harakor. Okay, so... like, the Hikatan Vulture itself doesn't have any changes planned to it as a unit. The only reason it's different, or intended to be different anyway, is so that we have... the only reason why I'm going to make the visuals different is to indicate which kind of mine will show up there. I'm programming right now. Well, I guess now I'm changing over to graphical edits, but you know how it goes, man. Sometimes you just need to do a little work. And by sometimes, I mean all the time. Ah, the Escozy Vulture. Hell yeah, really. What's up, Boris? All right, so we got a custom graphic variant for that one. All right, we got 21 frames here. Apparently. Oh, this is a classic one. Okay. Looks like 64. Oh, not quite. $95? What the hell is he doing? Holy moly! I hope he streamed a nap at some point. Oh yeah, I gotta render out another video later on. Alright, so we've got a couple of our graphics plugged in here. This one's only 12, by the way. I don't actually think the shadows are supposed to work like this. I think I'm supposed to just re-render it myself later, but... Alright. We'll plug it in like so, and we'll see what happens. And it was 12 frames here. Okay, so just like that, we've got those things taken care of. Looks like the madrigal has not been updated just yet, so we'll have to grab that. All right, guys, I'm going to take a short... oh, actually, I don't really have that much more time, do I? I only have like about another 20 minutes. Okay. We're going to hold off on the Madrigal for now, then. We're going to take our progress that we made on the Vulture and the Tartarus mine and say, nice, and plug it in there. The viewers wake him up. What the fuck? Apparently the results of your sleep study were fascinating to your doctor. It's a good time to bring up sleep study when somebody else has been streaming for 95 hours. Oops. I've exceeded the maximum unit limit with that type. Oh. That is also not the right unit. Okay, spawn 6. Oh. Nicholas. Okay, we need to run our grafting here. And then... Oh, I guess another thing we're going to have to do, though, is Madrigal. I like how I'm sitting here defining a new entry, and it's like, hey, did you mean this other entry that you have not defined yet? And it's like, or that you already defined? Like, no, I'm defining a new one. Visual Studio. Please. Please make sense. I was wondering what the fuck was going on there. Alright. Okay. Got a requirement set up there. We can't really push this until the Hikatan is actually... the Madrigal is actually implemented, so that's a little bit wonky, but... we'll work on that one later. Because if we do, then Hikatan players and Faction Wars will start creating the wrong thing and it'll just break. They're always running a secret experiment. That's what they do, guys. We can mark the Tartarus mine stuff as implemented, though. There's that. I guess the Vulture Hecaton. Gotta mark this one as implemented. I'm not really entirely sure. Like, we gotta do the icon and stuff. So, I guess we'll do that later. It's secret, guys. Oh, I should probably see if I can plug in the graphics that we just generated real quick. Thinking about it. I gotta close this. Or make changes. Oh yeah, probably the unit ID definitions. Oh, that means I have to change the unit names entry. True Nicholas power. Oh shit, Grass Eater also signed up for weekend wage. Hell yeah, brother. Should we put... No. Here. Do we put Sausage or Nicholas at slot 3? That's what I want. Okay. So we've done that. Now we have to... Get out of here. I bet he doesn't even know about the Goku advisor. I wonder what small changes we could do to this guy. Oh, he doesn't have the mines. I forgot to give him permission. Button doesn't show, so did we not define the unit correctly, maybe? It says 506. Oh, yeah. Where is it? Well, this is wonky. F45. Ekaton Vulture. Fine for Unit 506, which is the correct button set. Correct unit ID and the correct button set. We define this correctly as well. Our current unit is work. So I'll try to force it depending on how many mines it has. Oh, interesting. Oh, you know what it is? We do not initialize the vulture with mines. That would be why. Like, we get the trap ID here, right? But we do not have... mine layer. That's a big one. All right, that should fix it. All right, that took a little bit more time than I thought it would, but that's all right. I'll do some development of the Ascozi probably on tonight's donor stream, since I wasn't able to get to it today. I suppose that's an incentive for all y'all homies who have not yet pledged $12 a month on our coffee page. But I was intending to do it. It's not a deliberate prank. All right, Tartarus mines are in. Seems to work properly. Cool. The audio visuals of the fire rending the armor don't currently work properly with the incinerate. We have to do that, basically, that's all. Alright, should be all set now. I will get ready to sync that up after the Hekaton stuff is implemented for the Madrigal, which maybe I'll also do on tonight's donor stream. But I'll catch you guys next time for more tournament matches, more 1v1 casts, and of course, more Cosmonarchy development. Thanks for hanging out. Peace.